Hello everyone, I am Steve, and welcome to another Mac84 live stream. My goodness, it's only been a day or two, but we're here. We have more stuff to work on. So how is everybody doing today? I hope you all came from Mike's. Mike's Mac Shack was doing a live stream just before I did this, so let's give Mike a little plug there. If you're not subscribed to Mike's Mac Shack, well, you got to do that. The link is right, you could Google or DuckDuckGo or Ask Jeeves, and he'll point you in the right direction. Subscribe to Mike's Mac Shack if you have not done so already. Mike just did a giveaway. He just reached 850 subscribers, so way to go, Mike. Congratulations. And if you're not subscribed to him, you're missing out on cats and cursing and beating computers with hammers. But it's okay. They're PCs mostly, so it's all right. But go check out Mike's Mac Shack. You won't regret it. So give him a subscribe if you haven't done so already. And yeah, so how's everyone doing tonight? We got a bunch of people here. We got almost 20 people hanging around here. Joe likes my intro so much he stole the idea. Oh, that's okay. I'm glad you did. I will send you the bill. So we have Comatel is here, Jay from the House's Moth is here. You're not winning anything, buddy. Andre is here, Tom is here, Sean of Action Retro is here. He expects at least one power book. We'll see what we can do about that. Alex is here, Teradyne is here. We have Tom. Hello, Tom. Adam is here. Let's see. Joe's Computer Museum is here. Sam is here. Starbuck Tech is here. Dave is here. Let's see. Who else did I forget to mention? Sinister Pisces is here. YouTube actually alerted you. Excellent. And Kiyoshi is here. Hello. You got 3 machines to recap. Well, let's do it together. Brian's here. Hey, Brian, how's it going? You got the Soviet computer I ordered today. Just needs a 220-volt adapter and to figure out a monitor. Well, good luck there, buddy. Hello, Neighbor Show is here. Stargazer is here. And Michael is here. Hello, Michael. And Adam is jumping on the TI 994A bandwagon. Oh, boy. And, all right, cool. So, let's get this show on the road here. So, if you remember from the last stream, we were playing around with some Mac Classics. So, I'm going to give you a bit of an update on that. I just added a second monitor to my desk, so I am off center as I try and be looking at the 2 things there, but that's not going to happen. Anyway, hi, bye. Well, okay, Garth, that's an odd way to say hello. Oh, that's cool. Good tester, you're Russian. Well, it must be better than mine. So anyway, we were playing around with some classic Macs the other day. We were playing around with the infamous glue board classic that is not this one right here. This logic board here, which had the glue on it that we removed. And the glue board, well, it's still acting up a little bit. It does boot, there is sound, but it's doing the same exact thing it was before with those wavy, silly ham radio-esque style sounds that we're getting out of the speaker. Sound does come out of the speaker, it does make noise, which is nice, but I still can't lick that problem. And it might be the sound chip has a bit of rust on it. It was from a battery-bombed board. That was the only spare sound chip I had. Now, I know the client said if the sound doesn't work, it's not a huge deal, but I at least wanted to try and clean it one last time to try and get that to go. And no worries, Garth. And yeah, and then we have Ron of Ron's Computer Videos. This is his fantastic logic board here, and this is for another classic too. Now, Ron's board didn't really work at all. Yes, Sean, yes. I will answer your question, the Hello Nova Show, in a moment. So Ron's board didn't work at all. At all. And both of these went through an ultrasonic cleaning. So we're going to plug this in a moment and see if we have any change from that. So it's fresh out of being cleaned. So the question from the Hello Neighbor Show is there a reason to buy a Classic or Classic 2 over an SE or an original? Not really. I mean, okay, so the Classic 2 could take more memory than an SE. You could max it out, I think it's with 10 megabytes. The SE has a PDS slot, so it's more expandable, but a lot of the SEs only came with 800K disk drives. So technically, the SE30 obviously is the best one, but you didn't say the SE30, you just said the SE. The original Macintoshes, that's the 128K, the 512K, and the Plus have a proprietary keyboard, and well, the Plus could only max out memory at 4 megs, and the SE and the 512K, I mean the 128K and the 512K, it's really difficult to upgrade memory to them unless you have one of those fancy upgrade kits. So yeah, Retro Techie, hush. But, you know, I actually did a video. It's in the description of this live stream, Vintage Apple Basics. If you watch that video, you do see me go over some of the compact Macs and why some of them are preferred over another if you're just getting started in this stuff. So there you go. And I badly need a haircut, but what you gonna do? All right, so let's get a hold. Yeah, it died out. All right, now we're back. That's what happens when you play around with USB ports during things. It doesn't like it at all. So we're going to take a look at these two boards that I looked at earlier, and I'm playing with the wrong web camera settings, aren't I? Yeah, there we go. Just whoop, too much. This webcam is very finicky. It's either horrible or whatever. Anyway. Alright guys, that's for Dana there. So we're going to be playing around with this and seeing if we can get any difference out of here. Alright, so this is going to be our test with Ron's board here. Yay. And I'm going to plug this guy in. Spoiler alert, I've done this before. Don't tell anybody. Shh. The camera's there. Shh, don't tell anybody. But this is the first time I'm doing it on a stream. I was doing it as I was in a boring meeting before. But let's plug this puppy in. Let's get a keyboard and a mouse. Because God forbid we hot plug these things, we get nasty letters from people on Reddit. And by letters, I mean literal letters. Alright, so I'm going to plug in all our fancy ADB cables. Okay, alright. Let's see what's going to happen. Place your bets, folks. Place your bets. Yeah? Ah, we got a screen. We got the corners. And the cursor moves. How about that? So, we got more signs of life than we did before. We are getting to a stage where we actually have a picture on the screen. We have a cursor, so that's good. But you may have noticed there was no bong. There was no chime. So sound chip may be bad. Some bad connection there or something like that. Everybody needs IRDA. That's why nobody has it. It's a conspiracy. Alright, so let's turn this off and try and plug a hard disk into it. And so I'm going to use a virtual hard disk by the forms of a SCSI. The SCSI is a SCSI doohickey dealy thingamajiggy bobber, technical term, that you could plug onto a Raspberry Pi. Here's with a Raspberry Pi 2, and this is the hat that goes on top of it for the SCSI connector. You can see you get the 50 pin and the 25 pin SCSI. And essentially you could put this and make it make your Raspberry Pi a SCSI hard drive with Ethernet connectivity, SCSI to Ethernet functionality, and all sorts of good stuff. Sean did a video on it. I did a video on it. And yeah, good stuff. So we're going to boot that up. Let me plug that into the logic board here. So we got some SCSI there. If you don't hear an eep, yes, we're going to try. So I'm going to plug the SCSI into there, and then we're going to plug the SCSI into the Raspberry Pi SCSI doohickey thingamabobber guy. Yeah, that's it. That's close enough. And we're going to power that with the USB cable for the Pi. And so that's going to be starting to give us all blinkety blink blinks. Let's move the camera just so you can see, and all the pieces I had on the desk go flying. So that's what it's set up like. Let's adjust the image quality here. It's very dark. This camera is, well, let's just say a little special. Well, thank you very much for the super chat, Kiyoshi. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Raw SCSI, SCSI2SD, or blue SCSI? Eep! That is a very excellent question. And I'm going to go over the differences of that in a moment. I'm just trying to fix the weird strobing that's going on here. I don't know why. Come on, you lousy camera. Come on. No, it's either dark and the strobing is on or light and the strobing is on. But anyway, we'll explain. So this is a raw SCSI. It's there. It's happy. Unlike this camera. And it's all doing well. But, hey, Joel, how's it going? And so you don't really understand the differences, to be honest. Well, that's okay. That's what we're going to do here. We're going to explain. Actually, in Vintage Apple Basics Part 2, which I'm currently writing right now, I go over it a little bit. In the first one, I go over it a bit. But if you haven't seen Vintage Apple Basics, Kiyoshi, go and watch that. It's linked in my video description. It explains a lot about the basics of that stuff, but I'll go over a bit in more detail. So there's a few more. There's the Mac SD, which I don't have. The Blue SCSI is the most affordable. $25 or so if you assemble it yourself, you solder it yourself. About $50 if you don't. Get away here, bunny hair floating in the wind. Basically you have a micro SD card, you have a SCSI connector on there, and you know, that's pretty simple. What's nice about it is the SCSI format. Yes, Bruce Abrangus Creation was that Aussie that did the speed test. You want a SCSI display adapter? Well, I don't know if anybody has that just yet, but there is a SCSI to Ethernet adapter on the raw SCSI. But essentially, the Blue SCSI, I think, is the best one to start with. You get basic functionality. It's pretty darn speedy. It works on 68K and some PowerPC Macs. They're still updating the darn thing, so every day goes by, the performance and the capability is updated. Go to scsi.blue. That's the website, scsi.blue. If you want information about the raw SCSI, I'm sorry, I'm reading the comments as I'm talking about the Blue SCSI. Go to scsi.blue for the Blue SCSI. What's great about that is you have a disk image or a blank disk image. You just drag it onto the SD card on your modern computer, put in the adapter, and you're good to go. Now, the SCSI 2SD is a little more complicated than that because there's a few different versions. I'm not going to get into all of them. If you do a Google search, I forget the website, for SCSI, the number 2 SD, you'll find the SCSI 2SD website. Bunch of stuff there. Bunch of different versions, which is nice. There is an older open source one that you could build yourself. They are a bit more pricier than the Blue SCSIs. They're about $670, I think, $70 US or something like that. Yes, and Sean from Action Retro put a great comment there. There's talk about making a SCSI to display adapter in the raw SCSI, but hasn't actually assembled yet. Excellent. And rawscsi.com is for the raw SCSI. We'll talk about that in a moment. That's another favorite. But the SCSI 2SD, it's a good device. I have 2 or 3 of them, and they're great. The only caveat is if you're new to Macs and you don't already have a vintage Mac set up, it can be a bit troublesome to get that going because you have to format the SD card as if you're formatting a Mac hard drive. So you need a system that works. You need a bootable partition or a disk with utilities on there to format that disk. And those utilities are usually third-party utilities unless you configure it in a certain way to trick it that it looks like an Apple hard drive. So, you know, there are caveats to that. But it could be faster. The version 6 is very fast. I have that in my Quadra 800. And, yeah, but it's a bit more expensive. So, you know, the raw SCSI, on the other hand, a little more expensive than the Blue SCSI. You do need a Raspberry Pi compatible device. I think the Model 2, 3, 4, etc. work, depending, you know, on the thing you buy. You can buy it in a kit or solder it yourself. But since it's running on a Raspberry Pi, you got all sorts of goodies there. You have a web interface. You could mount things like images. So if I boot up this Mac and I'm running System 7.5 on a disk image and I go, geez, I wanted 7.1. Well, I don't have to rip out the SD card, put it in my Mac, wait for it to mount, copy a file over. I could just use the web interface that it has built in if you set that up. And I have this plugged into Ethernet. You could do Wi-Fi if you really wanted to. And the raw SCSI lets you do a lot of cool things. I did a video on the raw SCSI, so did Sean of Action Retro. So I want you guys to check those out if you have not done so already. I could go on for hours about this, not going to get too much into it, but we're going to be using the raw SCSI today because it's going to allow me to select images a little easier than it would if I was swapping out SD cards here and there. So let me catch up with the chat. I'm sure I said something wrong. Oh, thank you very much, Tom, for putting all the links there to the raw SCSI, the Blue SCSI, and the SCSI 2SD. Firewire to SCSI adapter. Might see that in one of my future videos. He represents Big Blue SCSI. Hey, I like Big Blue SCSI. They pay me off well. I mean, they bribe me well. I mean, they're a good company. Microscopes make good doorstops. Hey, all right, how's it going? Can't wait to get the Blue SCSI. Yes, and actually, Dave, you know what? If this live stream doesn't get any traction, let's assemble that right here. We'll do that today, huh? How about that? All you need is an SD card and some cables and junk for any of these. They're pretty good. So Ron is here. Well, good. We didn't get too far. We turned on your machine, and here's what we got when we turned it on. If I move the camera, not the computer, duh. How it works is the train moves, not the station. So we're going to turn on this Mac Classic 2. This is Ron of Ron's Computer Videos. This is the logic board he sent me to fix up. And we do get a screen, so this is probably more action than Ron's seen from this machine in a long time. Potato brackets. Sounds delicious. So the mouse moves. Yay! The mouse is moving. We do have the raw SCSI plugged into it. I'm not sure which hard disk image is selected. It should be the System 7.1 image. The green SCSI because I tinker different. I'm sure Tom could print out something for you. Okay, what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing, you silly machine? I do like the Classic 2. It's the poor man's SE30, and I know it doesn't compare to the SE30 in a number of ways. That's why I said it's the poor man's SE30. You're not going to get a perfect thing. All right, let me log into the web interface of the raw SCSI and make sure I got this all. Yeah, that hard disk image is not going to work with this. So we're going to attach this to... And I'll explain what I'm doing as I go along here. So I'm logged into the raw SCSI web interface here. And attach this disk image here, and we're going to reboot the Macintosh Classic 2. And there's no startup chime, so there's no sound yet, unfortunately. Yeah, this board's going to give us some excitement, I think. So let's see if I see some lights blinking, so you might be doing something, maybe, kinda, I don't know. There is no case on this thing. I'm not hitting it hard on top. Okay, it is still not happy. Let's restart the raw SCSI service. Maybe that's going to make this happy. Restart raw SCSI. So that's restarting. And the emotion is frustration, Steve, not excitement. I'm excited to try and get it to work. How about that? Alright, so restarting the raw SCSI service, I think that would, in theory, when the disk image, the right disk image... See, it keeps attaching the disk image I don't want it to attach. That's not gonna... that's not gonna work correctly for this. That's because I think I manually attached that that image using the configuration file when I was setting up this raw SCSI. But, yeah. Well, you got about 30 people watching. Hello, everybody. Hope everyone is having a good Tuesday. I mean, it is a Tuesday after all, but... Alright, so let's detach this disk image. Let's detach the Dana port, because it's probably going to get confused. Let's attach this to SCSI ID 1. And that should be it. I shouldn't have to restart anything. Well, let's restart the Mac, just so it's not unhappy. Is Macintosh software such as games compatible with the Macintosh portables? The Macintosh portable is has a different screen size slightly, so I wouldn't really recommend. I mean, look, you could do whatever you want with it. You could shoehorn a lot of stuff onto the Macintosh portable, but I would highly recommend another system if your idea is to play games. Cool. Well, this is not being happy. It was doing something before when I was playing around before the stream. And it was actually attempting to boot and then getting cranky. But we're not even getting to that stage. And we got all the lights here. Yeah, that's fun. That's fun. Let's restart the whole darn Raspberry Pi. See if that does anything. Oh my goodness. Let's see. Sorry, I'm missing some of the chat here. Just scroll up. Oh yes, and Joel makes excellent little brackets. He's known as Potato Phi in some circles. He makes excellent little cases and brackets for your raw SCSI, your blue SCSI, and your SCSI 2SD. I have to get a compatible Raspberry Pi just so I could use one of his cases. That's how cool they are. So my Raspberry Pis are too old. They're too old. So, yeah. Just waiting for the Rascuzzy web service to do its little happy dance. And method not allowed. The method is not allowed for the requested URL. Well, that's because probably rebooted already. Now, I'm running a very early version of the Rascuzzy stuff. That wouldn't surprise me if that's the reason why it's not working right now. Now, do I have to hit anything at the bottom? Do I have to restart the Rascuzzy service when I make a change to the web interface? I don't think I need to, because I didn't have to do it before. But, unless one of these cables is just not plugged in all the way. That would be hilarious. Wouldn't it be? Hilarious. Hey, Colin, how's it going? Big Blue Scuzzy seems to have sabotaged the Raspberry Pi. This is true. This is true. It was working previously. But hey, Colin, hope you're doing well tonight. So let's just start fresh here. Let's turn everything off. And we're going to unceremoniously unplug the Raspberry Pi. I know, sacrilegious. We're going to unplug this because the way that this is set up here, the Rascuzzy, I'm going to call it a hat because that's essentially what it is. It just barely fits on your board. You'll see the 50-pin connector is hitting into the top of the Ethernet shielding here. So, it is flush with the connector, but it just barely is. I mean, obviously, this is, not going to be your problem if you have more modern Raspberry Pis. But, yeah. Okay, so let's do this again. Let's plug this in. Make sure all our cables are in the fancy upright and locked position. And we're going to plug in our Rascuzzy. Now, I'm not going to turn on the machine yet. I want this to boot up, and I want... Tom. And I want... the Rascuzzy website to say, okay, we have the right disk image there, because the disk image I have loaded already is a System 7.5 disk image for that LC3. I don't think it's going to be happy with this poor little Classic, even though we have other issues with the Classic. We'll be looking at the Microscope in a moment. But, my goodness. I have a very sad Denon stereo that I use as a amplifier for my record player and such, and the vacuum fluorescent display sadly has started to leak over the years, and now the display is so dim you can hardly read it. So I unfortunately might have to replace that system. I have another one in the attic somewhere, but just one of those things you think, oh, this will last forever, and then nope. Not happy. Alright, so just restarting. That's booting up here. Oh, it would help if the Ethernet cable was connected. Why? Oh, I took that off because I was... It should be able to grab an IP address. Because it's set up to do that automatically. So, hopefully. Hopefully. Yeah, we're just waiting around for it. Rascuzzy web service is starting. I cannot speak today. Wow. All right, so let's get you a different view here. Let's point this down slightly. All right, so we're currently working on this here. All right, here we go. Let's see if I can share this. Yeah, let me share the window for the Rascuzzy. Just show you what I'm looking at to make it a little more interactive, huh? How about that? So let's move this up here so you can sort of see what I'm working on. And I'm going to be behind this, but that's okay. You don't need to see me. You know what I look like. So here we have the interface for the Rascuzzy, which is pretty cool. Now, this is an older edition. It's quite not finished, because if I try to upload an image, I'll get an error. But this is the same version I was running since I did the video on it, so I haven't really done much. I'm going to say detach all, and I'm going to attach this Classic 2 50 megabyte image that I... made. We're going to attach that. I don't think I have to do anything else. I think that's all I have to do. So now that is attached. I don't think I have to restart anything. At least I didn't have to before. And have you tried putting disk image files on the Rascuzzy with FTP? Yes. So what I actually did was instead of using this file upload, Sean, I made very small images, 50 megabyte images. You see I have one here for the PowerBook Duo. That's how I got your PowerBook Duo footage. And then I have one for the Classic here. I was actually using the download file from web function here. That's towards the bottom of the page. And I put something on my FTP server and just it downloaded it. That was the only way I got it to work. I'm going to have to update this to the proper version so it doesn't do that anymore. Hey, RetroTech Chris, how's it going? All right, so that image file should be connected. Let's turn on our Mac here and let's switch cameras and see if we have a better result. So the screen is coming on now. The other stream we did on what was it, Sunday? We had nothing. We had very faint jail bars once in a while. Now we have a screen. We have a cursor moving. We don't have a chime. The SCSI disk was working. It was working just a few hours ago, and nothing has changed since then. Nothing can change since then. Yes, I did FTP directly to the Pi. I forgot the username and the password I set up, so we're sticking to the web interface. Oh, you silly goose, you! What are you doing today? Well, this is lovely because it was working. It was working a few hours ago. It was hanging. It wasn't working properly. It was very upset, but it was doing something. It really was. I swear. We got blinky lights and everything. Just doing everything. Poo. Even when you try and plan things, even when I just give a little guiding hand for something to maybe want to work correctly, nothing does. And that's the magic of retro computing. We'll just try again. That's the definition of insanity, isn't it? Just trying again until you get a different result. That's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm going to do. I'm just looking around to see if I have any... No, that's a different cable. Alright, so we're going to turn this guy off again. We're going to unplug the SCSI on here, and everyone's yelling at me. No, you're undoing the thing while you're doing the thing. It's fine. It's fine. These are rugged. So let's swap the cable around. Maybe there's just dust. That's happened to me before. I'm sorry, little SCSI. We're putting you through a lot, aren't we? Don't hot plug it. It's fine. It's fine. It's my own thing. If I break it, that's my own fault. Oh wow, Joe! So Joel made Joe from Joe's Computer Museum made some Apple III video adapters. He sold all of them. Excellent. I have to make some more of them. Really enjoyed your Quadra stream with Kai, even if I didn't result in a working machine. I think it's great to see the troubleshooting that eliminates process probable calls. Yes, and problems. Yes. Thank you very much, Sinister Spices. I thought that was a lot of fun, and I thank Kai very much for his patience. But yes, blue SCSI images do work on the raw SCSI, at least in my experience. So let's try this again. Waiting to see if any of those SCSI lights start to blink. It'd be sad if they didn't. Maybe something's just loose. I have to reseat it. Oh, we're not getting any video on the monitor now. Oh, isn't that awesome? Isn't that fantastic? Well, you saw it here, folks. What the heck is going on? Ron, I think your machine is cursed. I think Sean got a hold of it. He bamboozled and cursed your poor Macintosh. Oh, Jiminy Crickets. Let's try it again. Well, sometimes Retro Techie, you gotta break things before you fix it. And see, now it's happy. What the heck? Yes, Sean's curse is very powerful. He could send it through the internet. Now the SCSI is blinking, and look at that. It's trying to boot up. Now, I could never get it to go past this. This is what I wanted to show you 15 minutes ago. Before we looked at this under a microscope. So, it gets to this point, and it gets unhappy. So, that's where we are right now. So, this board does show some signs of life. It's trying to boot. It really is. And it's just getting to a point where it's like, yep. So, Bruce of Brankus Creations asked me before the stream, does the cursor move when you start it up for the first time? The answer is yes, the cursor does move. So, I don't know where that brings us, but it brings us to the answer to Bruce's question. The cursor did move. Now, I want to look at this under the microscope. I noticed there was some crud around the serial chip. So let's see if removing that or cleaning that area up will make any difference. So how about that? So we're going to turn this thing off. And this disk image works perfectly on the other classic, I promise you. The other classic board I tried a few hours earlier. So I know that is not the case. We're going to actually do a graceful shutdown of the Raspberry Pi because I'm feeling generous today. So we're shutting that down to avoid any insanity going on. That's a very good question. If I found my floppy EMU, which should be right behind me, or at least was right behind me, I can answer that question for you, Colin. Let's see. We're still a bit of a influx of our cleanup effort of ye old basement here. And the location of all of my tools is not exactly known. But I was just playing around with it. And there's my Blue SCSI with my over Easy 2 adapter. So that's fancy. Let's see. Retro Mac content. I think Colin makes a very good amount of retro Mac content. And I actually find it refreshing when he makes non-Mac content because it's cool to see other stuff that I don't really know about. I mean, that Hitachi, I wanted to call it a ThinkPad. It was, well, kind of a ThinkPad. That he just did a video about was really cool. Here's some schematics. I just had that darn floppy emulator. Let's see, bad reefer caps. The analog board to a Macintosh TV. You guys ever see one of these things? Look how many tiny caps are on this thing. Holy bemoly, baloney, camoli. Look at that. It's not going to focus on the camera because this camera is a pile of poop. But yeah, this is the TV tuner board for a Macintosh TV. And look at all the pretty little caps in that all need to be replaced. So yeah, that's been fun. It's been fun. Oh boy. Yeah, just give me a moment. It has to be around here somewhere because I was just using it the other day. So, you asked for it, so I shall fetch it. Kind of. Here's a PowerBook power adapter for PowerBook Duo. In one of these drawers, maybe? I don't think I put it away in one of these. Oh wait, did I put it over here? I think I put it over here when I was playing around with these duos. Let me just move some things around so I don't knock anything over. It wouldn't be a stream if I didn't misplace something, so at least we got that going for us, huh? And I didn't even end up using it on the Duos because it uses a different connector for the floppy drive. So there's that. It's got to be like right around here though, because I just saw the darn thing, and if I just saw it, I wouldn't have moved it anywhere else. Hi. So, while you wait, how about you tell me what SCSI device you have in your computer that is unusual or have had in your computer? Any video adapters or Ethernet adapters or fun stuff like that? Because I want to know about it. I'm weird like that. And so weird that I'm able to misplace things in a single bound. That's my superpower. I wish that was a useful power, but I get what I'm getting. Nope. Well, I guess I could just try a darn floppy disk, but I was really hoping I would be able to just use the floppy emu there, because I don't know if I have a boot disk that'll be happy with the classic right out of the box. But we'll put that over there. I have a feeling I put it over here, but I can't see where I would have, so. I really just need to get 2 of everything. That way, if I misplace something, I could find it theoretically a bit easier. But anyway. Ooh, Colin, I am interested already. I do have 2 duodocks. One's a duodock 1 and one's a duodock 2. How about that? All right, pull out the molar Mac. No, that thing is way too heavy. This is way too heavy. And actually, the shelf is more narrow than the Mac, so in order to bring that out, I have to lift the shelf above it. It's not fun, trust me. Oh, boy. Does using a new DB15 to DB15 monitor cable from Amazon or something work differently than the Apple original? It should not. Should be fine. I'm always here for digging around the shelves. Computer repair is just a side quest. Yes. Well, if I had another basement, that would be bad. That would be extraordinarily bad. Be an extraordinarily bad idea. Because I would just lose everything. I'm glad I don't have a studio or anything, because that's exactly what would happen. I'd say, oh, I left it at the such and such place. I misplaced things for weeks after I came back from Ken's lair. So, all right, well, let's try and move forward with this here at least. You know, you have that suspicion where something is just like right behind you, but it's clearly not. So, oh well, we're gonna try and press on, and by doing that, I mean making a floppy disk. So we have this here, because I'm curious if it will boot off of a floppy. So I'm gonna plug this in. I have a stack of Mac Minis right behind me, and we're gonna plug into our let's plug into our Leopard machine here. And we're going to remote desktop into that, and I'll share the screen so it's not too boring. So let's click on the right thing here. And so I have a bunch of these Macs networked, so it's easy for me to hop into another and all that fun stuff. So let's do that if you don't mind. I hope you don't, because I'm driving. Oh boy. All right, so we're going to go to here, and we're going to go to here, and nope, wrong button. Wrong button. Let's try that one more time. We're going to go here, we're going to go here, and there. So you can kind of see what I'm working with here. All right, so I'm plugged into my Mac Mini. This is also a print server because the printer, the black and white laser printer I have, works great, but it's AppleTalk only. So we have 1.5 gigahertz Mac Mini. That's the fastest G4 Mac Mini they made. So it's pretty neat. And so I have the floppy disk drive plugged into there, and there's a floppy disk in there. Why is it not recognizing? Disk copy. Disk utility, rather. Disk copy. I wish. And it's not seeing the floppy drive, is it? Oh, that's nice. Okay, it works in the other Mac Mini. So let's connect remotely to the other Mac Mini. That's why there are 2 of them, folks. That's why there are 2 of them. So let's connect to the other Mac Mini. My goodness. What a roller coaster of emotions today. And you can see there's a few system updates. Just a few that we have to do. And we're not going to install any of those. But here's the floppy disk here. And let's see what format that disk is in. All right, we'll use disk utility. Why the heck not? As it scans the CD drive, my goodness. Disk 2, which is MS-DOS file system format. Well, that's not going to work for us. So let's erase this as macOS standard, and we'll say boot. Oh, please boot. And we'll erase that. LaserJet 4P. I'm not sure, Joe. I have some adapters, but I think they must be for the one I have, and I think that's different. All right, so there's an Apple Legacy disk here that has some boot disks, so we're just going to steal a disk image from one of those. Really? Oh, that's just silly. That's just silly. It's on the other Mac. Thankfully, everything's networked. My goodness. I know this is very, very exciting. Log Lady Pixelated is exactly what it is. A picture of the Log Lady from Twin Peaks, but all pixelated. I used it on a birthday card and posted it on Instagram. Alright, because this thing was plugged into an image writer too. Alright, so let's go to our Mac OS, and we'll go to 7.1, and we will get the Disk Tools image here. And you can't, to my knowledge, you can't really reliably make a disk image on Mac OS X. It's just very finicky. I've tried restoring disk images using disk copy. The most quote-unquote reliable method I've found is just dragging and dropping. So we're going to do that. Well, we don't need all of these things. And that's the problem with not doing the disk image. It will complain that there is not enough space for whatever you want to do. We just need the system folder to make it happy. So, are you kidding me? There's not enough free space. There's 1 meg of free space. Come on. What? .2. Yeah, that's the lovely thing about disk images. Well, all right. Plan B. We will use a different disk image. How about that? This won't run System 6, unfortunately, because it's a Classic 2. It will run 701. Let's hope there's a disk image. Yes, there is. For 701. Here we go. Maybe that will squeeze right onto there. Of course it can't. So we'll have to do this the fun way then. And the fun way is the annoying way. And that is the not fun way. And that is to do... Really? What am I gonna leave out here? Jeez, some crackers. You can't see my frustrated face because it's hidden behind things, but let's do this then. We're gonna eject this. I'm gonna show you what never works for me, and just because it's a live stream, hey, maybe it'll work. Who knows? I always forget I can't open things in dual windows here. Let's just do 7.1 just for funsies, because yeah. And I know there are more efficient ways to do this, but if we did that, what kind of an example would be setting for the children? And this is an effort and frustration, but just showing you what happens, folks. So if I go here, and I go here, and I want to restore the disk image, under OS X, I could copy the guts of the 800K disk over. That's a good idea, Ron. Let's do that. Why the heck not? Now, the Macintosh Classic is a black and white system. No color. Now, whether or not this system is going to be blessed or not, well, that's a whole other story. However, the other logic board will boot up enough for us to do things like bless the system folder and all that junk. So let's see what happens here. That's a good suggestion, Ron. Thank you very much. Alright, so we've seen enough of that screen sharing malarkey here. Let's turn that off. We're going to go back to our classic here. We're going to eject this here. You can bless in terminal, but I've never successfully done it. So, alright, so now we need a longer floppy cable, which I just happen to have right here. So, let's hope that this floppy drive works. I don't know what you stumbled upon, but it ain't good, Reed. So we are trying to diagnose what's wrong with our good friend Ron's Macintosh Classic here. It was not booting successfully off of a SCSI drive. It was sort of stalling there. So what I'm going to do is going to remove the SCSI hard drive emulator here, the raw SCSI, from the equation. Just going to have that sit on the side there. We're going to try and boot off of a floppy, and we're going to see if that does anything different. Oh, duh. And we're getting nothing on the screen, like it did before that one time. And that one time when it did that, all I did... Oh, well, it would help if the frickin' cord was plugged into the socket. It's been a day. It just came out of the ultrasonic cleaner. It should be fine. Alright, cursor still moves. Let's see if it tries to seek for the floppy. Hello, Michael. How's it going? And anybody else I missed, thank you very much for tuning in. We are knee-deep in Macintosh shenanigans. All 40 of you. Oh, look at that. It did not like that disc, did you? No, it did not. Alright, you want to play hardball? We're going to frickin' play hardball then. We're going to do it because you are being a pain in the butt. So how do we play hardball here? Well, we do questionable things. This actually is pretty straightforward. I'm just being silly here. What we're going to do is use a different logic board that I know will boot up into the image on the raw SCSI because we've done it before. I've done it before. And then we're going to plug the floppy cable into the floppy drive, so we'll be able to, in theory, make sure that floppy disk is all happy and everything. So let's try that. Again, it would help if the cord is plugged in from the analog board to the logic board. Ding! So this one actually has sound, even though the sound is a little weird, and you might hear that in a moment. Hey, Bruce, you made it onto the stream. So this is not Ron's board. We're just fiddling around with that. We're using this board just to get a boot disk on a floppy for Ron's board, because I have no idea where I put my floppy emu, whatever it is. And that's right, we shut down our SCSI. We didn't start it up correctly. We shut it down gracefully because we're nice like that. And now we have to boot it up again. So we got to wait for a little second. But Bruce of Brankus Creations has been doing something very exciting on his channel. Getting all sorts of fun noises. Apologies. That's right in your ear, probably. Bruce has been working on the second, well, one of the second revisions of Kai Robinson's Macintosh Classic Reloaded project. And he is okay. It just rebooted there. That's a little concerning. Anyway, Bruce has been busy at work. Oh, I see what it's doing. No. 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 No, that's exactly the disk image we don't want it trying to boot into. Oh, this little thing is going to cry. Yeah, no. No, you're not booting from that disk image. That's not gonna be happy. We're gonna boot from a much smaller one that is more appropriate for you, sir. Oh, the analog board's fine. I think it actually restarted because it started to go on System 7.5, and you know, System 7.5 sometimes likes to reboot, but that's just, who knows? Who knows? I do have to redo this analog board. I do have the caps for it, but Steve versus the Macintosh Classic. All right, so this is the glue board, and look at that. There's our floppy. And look at that, the files are actually in here. Let's try and bless this sucker. Ooh, look at that. None of the fancy things have come over. Well, okay, hold on. Wait, what? Hey, look at that. It's all blessed now and happy. Let's shut down. I don't know if it's actually safe to shut it off, but we're going to shut it off anyway. So let's shut down the Raspberry Pi. So it's not going to try, because I don't know where the floppy MU is. It's probably like staring at me right in the face. I don't know where I put mine. And we're shutting down the SCSI server. It's going to try and boot off of the floppy. And we like torturing old machines. Why not? And let's see if it'll boot off of this floppy. And if it does, then we'll try it on Ron's board. If it doesn't, we're going to look at Ron's board under the microscope. Choose your own adventure. Some hair on the screen. Oh, what do you do? No, you're going to like that disc. Apparently not. Well. We could do this a different way. And that is to just look at Ron's thing under the microscope. We're going to be here all day. Otherwise, I really just need to have a safe place where I put my floppy MU so I don't lose it. And I wonder if it's like right here and I'm just not seeing it. There's my other floppy disk drive. The SCSI cable. No, it's not in there. I'm going to put you in there because why not? I'll find it eventually. That's fine. It was a good suggestion if I had my crap prepared there, Colin. So we're going to take a look at Ron's under the microscope anyway, because I have a feeling that, well, let's just say we're not out of the woods yet either way. So let me lift up this classic board and move it out of the way. Actually, these wires should not be dangling like that. I think I have a twist tie. One moment. We're fixing it live. I thought I had twist ties. Welcome to Mac84. What is he looking for now? Just tie these up because I do not like these wires dangling directly. Okay, so let's move this guy out of the way. And let's take a look at Ron's board under the microscope. So we're only about an hour into the stream and we're finally looking at things. And does the microscope not want to work today? Oh, that's going to be fun. I'm not rebooting this machine again. I'm not going to do it again. Not going to do it again. It sees it. This microscope can be so picky. Sometimes you just have to open QuickTime and select it and it's like, oh, there's a microscope connected to the computer. It's like, yeah, it's been there the whole time, buddy. The whole time. Alright, let's try and open up QuickTime and do our fancy trick. This one cool trick. And there it is. Now it works. What gives? Who knows? Alright, we are certainly not working on the Quadra 840 AV anymore. No, thank you. So we're not going to be looking at that. But, alright, so, catch up with the chat, sorry. How do I get programs from .zip files into my Mac Classic? I try and open them with Stuff It on Mac and Big Sur and won't open them. Yeah, you don't want to open them with Big Sur. You want to use Stuff It like version 4 or 5. Yeah, that's sort of a chicken versus the egg scenario there. The chat will handle your question better than I can at the moment. Okay, so yeah, there's some residue from the ultrasonic cleaner here, so we're gonna be cleaning that off a little bit. All signs on my little OBS and YouTube dashboard say everything looked pretty. So if you're having a connection issue, I'm sorry, but there's nothing on my end that I could do to control that. Most of this looks pretty darn clean. I love how tiny these boards are. Now this serial chip had a lot of gunk around it. Just residue from the ultrasonic cleaner, and it looks like we'll probe out some of those traces. I know they were fine before. And these chips, they may have to be removed. We may have to clean under them. There might be some gunk hanging under them. Hard to tell at this point. Here's our friend the sound chip, which is working well, thankfully. Do not have a spare of that at the moment. So all our memory modules, looking a little bit crusty under that one. We'll do some scrubbing, see if that alleviates the issue here. And we could also try with some memory modules, although that may not guarantee to resolve our issue here. Make sure all these pins on the CPU look good. They're not bridging, they're not touching, not playing footsie with each other. Excellent. That's right. So there's no pad where that chip was touching, but that didn't go anywhere anyway, so that was okay. We determined, a council has determined that is okay. There might be a little, well, yeah, I mean, there's some crud in some of these vias here, but they don't look overly terrible. I mean, this one looks a little bit suspect, but I think that's okay. A recap of events, a recap of a recap. Okay, so this is Ron's board. We recapped it. There wasn't anything too horrible on it. When we tried this on Sunday, the machine did actually do nothing. It didn't make a noise. It didn't do anything on the screen until like 1 out of 10 boot ups. What it would do is display a very faint jail bar type pattern. And that was it. And so we put in the ultrasonic cleaner, and now it's doing what you saw before. It will boot up with no chime, but it will try and boot off of a system, and then it will hang. And that same system on a very similar board, another Classic 2, will work fine. So there is something that is making this machine not happy, and there's some dust in the SCSI port. Where's my tweezers? I mean, I would not assume that would cause a problem, but we don't want that in there. Yeah, that's just dust. It's not wet or anything. So I'm going to just start with a toothbrush and some isopropyl alcohol and start cleaning around these chips where I saw some of the residue from the ultrasonic cleaner. Yes, I was able to move the cursor around, Bruce, and it did come to Welcome to Macintosh. I was able to move around the cursor, and that was about it. That's all we could really get to. So the sound chip here, would not be surprised if something under there was not happy because we are not getting any sound. I will probe it with the multimeter momentarily. I did not try the reset or interrupt switches. We can try that in a little bit. Get some more alcohol in this thing. Sounds like a serial chip. That would, as I told you earlier over the chat, that would be my guess. Especially with how nasty one of these looked. The one I'm scrubbing here looked very suspect before. And since they're right next to the caps, you never know what has caused any leakage or anything like that. Also just going to gently scrub around this chip here. This one as well. And yes, I just ultrasonically cleaned it, but you never know. You never know. I'm just very gently scrubbing here. We're not going too crazy here. I am going to get out the multimeter and start probing these. This is a Macintosh Classic 2 logic board, and I'm going to put up the text here so we have that question answered. So, oopsie. There we go. All right. This is a 4-ROM board, Bruce. All right, so we're using the multimeter just to make sure that all these pins are touching where they should. I think that goes under there. Yeah, everything seems to be okay for that chip. Let's try the sound chip. Again, everything looks shiny, but you never know. It never hurts to double check things. Because if you make an assumption, it could come back to bite you. Beep. He's sending us a signal in Morse code. Save our Macintosh? Okay. Says, ooh, buy old Macs. You got that right, Joel. You got that right. If it said eep all the time, I would actually grow tired of the eep, and that would be a very sad day. You don't want that happening. And right after this, Bruce is streaming, right, Bruce? Let's get some friendly peer pressure in here. And Bruce is like, no. Yeah, see, there's just like a little bit of crud. Just Bruce is like, heck no. Just a little bit of crud between some of these chips. I mean, that could just be enough just to make anybody's day problematic. And it just goes to show you, a simple recapping is not always just what the doctor ordered. You know, these caps have been on there for a while. Things that get corrosive. It could be a mess under one of these chips. Especially this one. That solder does not look too hot. We're gonna probe that and make sure it's actually connected. It is. Still, you never know. Really? That one looks like it's on to me, but what do I know? Alright, that's more like it. Some crud over there, but oh boy. No, you shut up. See, this multimeter has an auto turn-off thing, which is fine, but what makes absolutely no sense to me, it turns off when you're actively using it. I'm actively probing things, and it's like, hey, now's a good time to turn off, right? I'm going to turn off now, okay? It's like, no! What the hell are you doing? It's always fun to get the little probed wires exactly where you want them. Especially when the microscope is right bearing down on you and it's hard for you to maneuver. This guy complains a lot. But, of course, just because the chip is making a connection does not mean there's a problem underneath, or it does not mean that the chip isn't bad. The probe is tired. Aren't we all? It's been a tiring week. It's only Tuesday. It's only Tuesday. Let's see. What I'm going to do is a trick that Bruce told me, which always seems to help once in a while, when it feels like it. And that is, it doesn't hurt to... What am I doing wrong here? It doesn't hurt to take a look at an angle of the logic board, just to see if something is amiss. And thankfully, this microscope lets me adjust the angle of the entire headpiece, which makes this a little bit easier. So we're gonna, I can't look through the eyepiece as well because my head would be tilted, but let's zoom in here, and you can just usually catch a peak like slightly under the chips. This comes in very handy. Right near the cluster of 4 caps behind the serial ports. So that, would you say U3 and U5? U3 and U5, yeah, that's exactly where we are, Bruce. How about that? Yes. Yeah, so there is some goodness right under here, and I'll probably just end up removing these chips. I'm going to try turning on one more time without doing that, but so we are right next to here, and I just want to just go like that. Just, yeah, there's just a little bit of residue of crud there, but yeah, we're just taking a look under these. Yeah, could be some crud under there. Hard to tell. But these chips aren't too big. We could take them off pretty easily. It's a little hard to get the focus here because we're at a weird angle, but yeah, see that? It doesn't look 100% excellent under there. Let's try and get a steady view of that. Normal view. Yeah, there's some crud under there, probably from the ultrasonic cleaner, or just moved it around. And then this guy here, yeah, it looks okay, but you know, if it were me, I would go up there and check every single bulb. Well, check them again. I know it's a little too early for the holiday references, but that's what it feels like we're doing these repairs sometimes. It's going to be hard to look sort of behind this because of the ports in the way. Yeah, I don't think that's really going to help me. Oh, quiet your multimeter. Nobody's talking to you. I'll turn that off before it makes some wailing noises. Alright, so we've cleaned this a little bit. Let's try plugging it in, and if not, we're going to take off some chips. And this will be a good progression of, like, maybe, of, hey, let's see if it works now, type deal. So we're going to grab that chassis over here. Put this right back on the desk. Okay, and we have our lovely Performa 200 case with an analog board that has to be redone, I'm sure. I did get a cap kit for it, so that'll be something in my future. Yeah, I need to find where the heck I put my floppy MU now. It's going to drive me crazy. It's probably like right in front of me, but whatever. What liquid do you use on the ultrasonic cleaner? It's a, was it Branson is the brand? EC cleaner, I believe it's called. Jay of the House of Moth, if he's still around. Probably not. If he's still around, he may be able to directly tell you. I forget. I actually think it's listed on Mac84.net. If you go to my website there, I think it's listed there somewhere under the tools that I use. But that's not the only solution you could use. But it's the one that was recommended to me, and I've seemed to have pretty okay luck with it. Branson EC. Hey, I remembered. How about that? Thank you very much. Well, we'll have to print out a banner, but people usually run away from those streams, so we'll see if we could do that while everyone's sleeping or something. And so the setup here, like, although I'm streaming and stuff from this desk, nothing is really set up permanently yet. So I plan to move. There's a folding table here with a bunch of crap on it. I'm gonna have to try to kill me with a forklift. I'm losing it, folks. We'll print out a banner in due time. All right, so we have everything plugged in here. Yeah, and we're gonna see if it. Well, I guess to be prudent here, it would help if we plugged all the garbage into it. And by garbage, I mean awesome stuff. But Steven, why don't you just use the blue SCSI with the image that you made for the raw SCSI? Because it's right there. It's right there. 84.00 subs. Under the Performa name. Yep, that's what it was. The lovely Performa. Everybody loves a Performa, so why don't you? Yeah, so this has a badge of a Performa 200. I was going to recap this for somebody, and they said, you know what, you can just keep it. I said, okay. More or less. Alright. This looks like it's almost about done booting up. I'm going to just try and hit the web server to make sure that the service is loaded. Alright, and we'll have to attach our specific image. There we go, and we're going to try and boot it up. It helps when the power cord's plugged in. So hold down the mouse button so the floppy disk ejects. Two PowerMac G3s, gray, black. If they were gray and black, those are G4 towers, DJ Craze, but very cool. Well, no power supply. Oh, that's lame. Alright, why is this not ejecting the floppy? Come on. Okay, well, it's trying again. Yeah, I think the activity light had ceased. So we're about the same spot where we were before. Oh, they are laptops. Gray and black. Oh, silver. Okay. Oh, you could use any G4 iBook or PowerBook power supply on those. They'll work. Oh, G3s. Yeah, any clamshell iBook G3 power supply will work on them. The ones for the G4s are a bit thinner, so they won't work. Alright, so we are in the exact same darn place we were before. Just for completeness sake, I'm going to take out the floppy connector here. Still no sound. Yeah, it tries, and it's like, yeah, no. It really wants to, Ron. It really wants to. Alright. I should just have a little table where I put this right next to me so I'm not wiggling it between these wires all the time. But this is what I got to deal with right now. So. I'm going to run upstairs and get a bottle of water because I cannot speak forever without doing so. I will be right back. Let me just grab something. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. And here's the type of power adapter you need. One of these guys with, where's the camera? This guy with this little thing. The small ones like this. You don't want one of the bigger ones. No. Ugh. I keep thinking G4. G3! You want the G3 one, not the ones like this. That's what I'm saying. Not this. Bad. Not this. You want the one with the fatter plug. Alright, be right back. Okay, everyone, I am back. So, let's take another look at this thing under the microscope. Steve's gone. Let's party. Okay, so, Hello Neighbor Show. I think someone's working on that. Someone maybe here. I don't know. All right, so let's take a look at this guy here. So the serial chips in question are these two guys right here. Now, I think they are the same as a classic. I could be wrong, and we're out of focus. Sorry about that. I look at you when I go out of focus. There we go. So, multimeter friend here. Just curious if any of the traces... Wow, I can't see on this thing. Oh, the camera got all screwed up when we were going to sideways, that's why. Okay. Just want to make sure all these little traces that are going to this chip are doing so properly. Especially the ones that look a little suspect. Really? Could it have been that simple? Oh, no. It works. Damn it. Yeah, you think you find something. You get all excited. Let's look closer. I mean, a microscope with a screen is great, but you do lose out on the stereoscopic vision, which helps out a lot. You're able to see under things, get a little bit more depth perception. And again, this camera is not cooperating with us here. I apologize, but it's being nasty. Let's just take these chips off. I suspect we might find nastiness under one of them. So let's take it off. Take it off. And we shall see. How about that? Alright, so first things first is getting some tape. Tape. Let's move this keyboard over here. Oh, yeah, I clicked the... That's because the mouse got clicked. Sorry. I wasn't doing anything too exciting. Not yet. So I'm going to get some tape. I'm going to just tape off some of the areas that we don't want the heat to get to. Hey, use what you got to use. If magnifying glasses work for you, by all means. I mean, this thing cost a lot of money. I would not have been able to use it, or purchase it rather, if I wasn't doing repairs that people had paid me for. So that's probably too close. Of course. Yes, I like DigiKey's packaging. I also like Mouser's little packaging with the little box. I usually stash some capacitors in the box and then forget about it. Wait, no I don't. I hate that. So just using extra precaution here. Might as well take the sound chip off too. Although I didn't test the headphone jack. Let's just do one thing at a time. Let's test the serial chips first. And we'll worry about the sound chips in a little bit. Oh, shut up, you multimeter. If anyone wants to recommend a cheap multimeter, that's about $30 or so. You know what? I should just remove the... No, if I remove the speaker. Never mind. Here Steven goes on his wild tangents that don't make any sense again. And this is why things happen. Okay, so let's put some flux around this chip here. And that's going to help it come loose when we hit it with some hot air. Hopefully. Now I did order some special chip tips for the hot air gun that are at an angle, and that will help me when putting things under the microscope. For now, we have to be directly over the chip, which is not as useful when it comes to trying to show you guys things. But we're going to work with what we got. No, Jay, that doesn't make any sense to me. No sense. No sense. I can't afford anything that's not cheap. So there you go. And it works fine. It just beeps. It's annoying. Anyway. Alright. Heat gun time. Now this wasn't cheap. But the other one was cheap and it died. So we need to plug this into power. That would be helpful. Okay, all right. Let's get this party started. Where's my tweezers? Where's my other tweezers? There they are. No, I don't need you to do super chats for a multimeter. I mean, I just need to find one that doesn't auto shut off even when you tell it not to auto shut off. All right. And I got a cool new tool coming soon, so you'll see that. I'm going to actually do this. Let's move the cameras here because it's going to be much easier if I just do it this way rather than battling the microscope right over me. And where's my fan? That does a beautiful job. Well, thank you very much, Ron, for your donation. Eep, thank you very much for the super chat. And Joe, because he won't be outdone by Ron, as we've seen before. Thank you very much, Joe, for the super chat. Eep! Oh, boy. Well, thank you very much, AMC Stocks. Did you reach the moon yet? keep reaching for those rainbows. Alright, so we took the chips off here. Let's see what we got. Sorry to say that there's nothing terribly exciting under here. They all actually look in pretty good shape. All those pads look fine. Okay, this on the other hand looks a little dirty, and we'll clean this up. We'll clean this up. Thank you very much, Randall. Greatly appreciate the super chat. Eep! Thank you very, very much. Don't go chasing capacitors. We gotta turn on our soldering iron. Okay, we gotta plug that in. Okay, so we're going to clean up these pads here. I don't know if that would have necessarily caused an issue, but who knows? It's worth a shot. So we're going to clean up these pads and do some pinouts with our multimeter, make sure everything looks happy. And we'll go from there, huh? Beep! Alright, great. So I'm just putting a little bit of flux on there. And just going to take the tip of my iron with a little bit of a ball of solder. And we're just going to get all the crud and dirt away. Because maybe something wasn't making a good connection or something like that. And I am going very lightly here. You don't want to heat up these pads too much. They are very old. They can easily come undone from the board. And then that'll just be a giant pain in the butt now, wouldn't it? Oh my goodness, Adam, thank you very much for the super chat. Eep, get a good multimeter. Okay. Alright. Okay. The gods demand it. I guess I gotta do it. I drink your milkshake. I drink your capacitor juice. Oh, that would be disgusting now, wouldn't it? Ugh. Ugh. Alright, so now I'm using some solder wick, and this is going to suck up all of that old solder and clean up these pads and make them look all pretty. You want to be very careful when you're doing this. You could easily rip up a pad. So I'm being very careful. But you can see the difference here, hopefully. If my fat head wasn't in the way. And we're going to clean those a bit more as well. Yes, if you like the video, please tell YouTube that you do. It tells them we're not so terrible after all, and the mighty algorithm might be like, I guess he's okay. Oh boy, we need more alcohol then. It's too much. There's a lot of cap juice and crud under here. This cotton swab was getting stuck. So those look much better than they did before. What I am going to do is there's just some crud left here. Not going to go crazy, but just trying to clean them up just a wee bit more. Okay. Ooh, pizza. Who brought pizza? I had pizza for dinner. Now I want more pizza. Alright, so let's do some multimeter probing here. Make sure everything is going where it should be, huh? Well, considering I just spent some money on some goodies, it may not be, Bruce, but I'm taking a... Could you do me a favor? If I screenshot what you just said, Bruce, I'm never going to look at it on my phone, on my computer. If you could just send me a little iMessage with that, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you very much, Bruce. Okay, so those seem to be okay. Let's just see here. So these two pins and these two pins go together. Let's check on our other board to see if that's the case here. So it was these two. Yeah, that's present on the other board as well. So that's okay. That's okay. Have you tried Chip Quick to do recaps instead of her hot air gun? I have not. I'm pretty happy with the hot air gun though. Especially this one, I have a lot more control than I feel like I did in the other one. But I'm not against trying anything new. This is just what I'm using. People have all sorts of different ways they do things, and I'm not saying my way is better than anybody else's. But it's always interesting to hear different ways to do things and different ways to try things out, because who knows, I might try them one day. Alright, so I'm going to do the same thing over here. Going to get all that nasty solder. There's actually hardly any of it here. This all looks pretty clean. Hey, Ryan, how's it going? Long time no see, buddy. Hope you are doing well. Mr. Macintosh has an excellent channel on YouTube. If you're not subscribed to it, you should totally be. He covers a lot of the more modern updates to the Mac OS, all the betas and all that fun stuff, what the differences are, how to install things, all sorts of cool stuff. So if you are into that sort of thing, be sure to give him a subscribe and show him some love. And tell him Steve from Mac84 sent him. And then he'll be like, who the heck is Steve? Oh, Steve, the guy who made me purchase those old Macs at VCF Midwest. That guy. Oh. That guy. Did you really get to play around with any of those yet, Mr. Macintosh? Those pads cleaned up pretty darn nice. Oops, 400 wing wangs. My goodness. But thank you very much, Bruce. I will certainly keep that in mind. Oh, you know what I didn't do on this board? I didn't bring out the Apple TechStep. Because it is technically booting. Ooh, I'm going to do that next. Do the serial test and the sound test to see if they pass. Ooh, I'm going to do that. 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 I always forget that thing has some uses. You shut up, Multimeter. We're not talking about you anymore. Enjoy your Super Nintendo and your children, Joe. Take care. See you later. Joel, not Joe. I think I said Joel the first time. Alright, let's put some flux on these chips. Now, here is the question. Here's the question, folks. Should we put the chips back on as they were, or should we mix them up? No, let's put them on exactly how they were. Ooh, look at all the solder balls on this guy. We're going to have to clean this up. So this is the chip on the left. We're going to just put some Fluxaruni on here. Bloop. Well, we'll spread that out. And we're going to clean those up a bit. Oh, jeez. Forbidden chip dip. Chips and dip. Thank you very much, Chris. How's it going? Thank you very much for the super chat. Eep. There's all sorts of nasty solder balls on here, so we're gonna have to try and clean some of these up here. Which is always fun when you don't have something to hold it. Well, thankfully Dana's not here. We could use pliers. Well, actually, no, we can't. That's... Well, maybe? Don't try this at home, folks. That's nasty. I can't get a hold of the solder wick. Everything is slippery today. Hot. 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 Oh, this is just dumb. I need more flux in this thing. And there it goes on the side. Perfect. Thank you. Those perfect instances where I could really use a third hand. Ah! What's going on here? Oh, boy. Almost done, hopefully. Bruce makes this look so easy, by the way. You ever hop onto that Branches Creations guy? He makes it look so easy. But in all seriousness, if you are not subscribed to Bruce at Brankus Creations, which I can't imagine any of you would not be, go check him out. He has an excellent YouTube channel. He does live streams and scripted videos and all that fun stuff. So be sure to check him out, please. This thing still has like a little shower of solder balls on it, but I guess there's nothing we could really do about that right now. Let's look at the other chip. Hopefully it's in much better shape. Look at that. That's a beautiful chip. See, nothing wrong with that one. So we're not going to touch that one. Oh, thank you very much, Thomas Armstrong, for the super chat. Yep, thank you very much. Greatly appreciate that. Will 65 Scribe be joining you? I wish. He just released an awesome video on the iMac. If you like iMacs, or you like his content in general, if you have no idea who we're talking about, 65 Scribe on YouTube, check his videos out. I will just say, I proposed maybe doing something as sort of a little thing between us, perhaps, and the answer was not no. So maybe look out for that in the next few months or so. All I'm at liberty to say. And if you say it, I'll deny it. Keep it between yourselves. Alright, so I think we are as good as we're going to get with that one. Let's try and put these back on the board. And we'll put them back in the same order. I was toying with the idea of just flipping them around just for funsies, but then I don't know if I fixed anything if it starts working. Okay, like what fixed? Was it one serial chip that was the problem, or was it the socket that was the problem? Like what happened? What happened? What happened? ETA 2025. My schedule. Yeah, probably. I am. At least I admit it. I am behind on a lot of stuff, but hey, I do this in my free time. Work and life get in the way. That's just how it is. Just how it is. It's just the way things are. Put that little guy down. And let's put this chip back where it belongs. Hopefully in a happier state. So I'll put some flux down. Now I'm just going to tack the corners. That's always fun. It would help if I was doing this properly. Alright, so let's fix this up here. Run! What? Who's that? What happened? Can you boot it without the cereal chips? I guess. But now, correct me if I'm wrong, Bruce. The cereal chips carry a certain signal that the computer needs to progress. Is that an accurate assumption there? Hello, Eric. Excuse me. No worries, Eric. Thank you very much for stopping by. I'm going to just say Bruce's name a few times, and then he's going to be like, oh, what? But I believe that is the case. All right, so yeah, we're gonna put these chips back on, and then we'll do the TechStep fun. How about that? That's all right. We actually have a plan. My goodness, I'm scared. I've got a plan. Yikes. Squeak, 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 squeak. All right, that seems to be okay. You gave it 3 thumbs up. Thank you very much, Mr. Macintosh. Greatly appreciated. All right, so let's put the other cereal chip on. There, perfect. Let's turn it on. No. I kid. There's probably some bozo out there who doesn't like me, or I didn't answer his email, or I didn't give him something for free, and he dislikes it. But you know what? That's okay, because YouTube counts it as engagement, and YouTube could not care less if you like or dislike the video. At least that's what I'm led to believe. And yes, there's a solder bridge, but I will deal with that in a moment. And yes, I know there's a bridge over there too. Just give me a moment. And there we go. Now, sometimes these chips can be a little difficult to get back on correctly, so what we're going to do is going to put the microscope at an angle and make sure we got everything correctly. So, here we go. Alright, so let's do this. We're at an angle, and we're going to just take a wee little bit look under these chips. Well, more like the side of them, just to make sure. So I'm going to put my thumb on my finger on one, so I know which one we're looking at. That looks okay. That looks okay. That looks okay. Then the final view on this one. Yeah, that looks fine. Okay, so let's look at the other chip. That side looks okay. That side looks okay. That looks alright. Nothing's touching anything. That's not perfect, but none of us are perfect, are we? Perfect. Alright, so, well, perfect. Alright, so let's just give this a little scrub with the toothbrush, and then we'll pop it back onto our board, our analog board, plug everything in, and see what happens. We've got a little solder ball there. We don't need your scum here. Let's grab you right off the board. Yoink. And there's another little fragment of solder. Get you off the board. Bounty hunters. We don't need their scum. Yes, sir. Come for the recapping. Stay for the silly quotes. I had someone recently come to me for recapping. Not recently, maybe a year ago. And they're probably not watching. But I recapped their board for them. I sent it back, and I think I must have streamed part of it. Because they came back, and they were like, wow, you know, this board took you a while to fix. You know, I was watching your live stream. You were on there for hours. And I'm like, yeah, well, you know, if I'm doing it on live stream, the work generally takes me longer than if I wasn't doing it via a live stream. That's just the nature of it. So that's okay. So yeah, that's just how it works. Alright, so let's get this all plugged in. Recently, a year ago, time is weird. I think something happened like a month ago, and I look at my phone for like photos or documentation of it, and it was like 3 years ago. And I'm like, what? How did that? What? It's just time is a thing. Speaking of things, let's get that analog chassis thingamabobber over here. And let's see if it does anything different. If not, we'll get our Apple TechStep, which is a diagnostics tool made for Apple by Apple. And we'll see if it does anything of help for us. So we're going to plug in all the same things that we had plugged in before. Our SCSI is here. I have my little ATX extension thing for the board. We have a floppy connector. I also did not test the reset functionality of this. Sometimes when things aren't working, when chips aren't working, you won't get it reset or anything like that. I wish it was a mortal or a robot. I could buy all these things up when nobody cares about them in 500 years from now. Among other things. Play the stock market. Alright, so everything seems to be in plugged in order here. Let's give her a turn on. We got a screen. Is the cursor moving? Yeah, the cursor's moving. We are trying to boot up. I don't think it's going to succeed, but you never know. It looks like it froze in the same exact spot. Well, let's try the reset and the interrupt buttons, because I forgot to try those previously. Let's try this. Okay, so those... Oh, the interrupt worked. So how about that, Bruce? If you're still watching, that is Bruce. Bruce. The interrupt switch works, but not the reset switch. I wonder if it's related to our good friend, the sound chip. So if I push that, it like almost shorts out the machine. Hold on a second. Which one is this? I don't know which is interrupt and which is reset. Switch 1 and switch 2. Is really that's all it says? Switch 1, switch 2. Okay. So if I push switch 2, it like shorts out. It sounds like it's shorting out something. But it does seem to be restarting. And if I push switch 1, it interrupts. Let's get out our Apple TechStep friend and see what the heck is going on. I know exactly where it is. I will need to scrounge up some cables for it, so let me do that. Stepping carefully, not to fall over anything. I need another ADB cable. Well, actually, no, that only has one ADB port, so we only need 2 serial cables. That's what we'll need. So we have our TechStep here, and I just need to grab 2 serial cables. Well, those are all ADB cables, but I'll grab a network cable. 1 second. Serial cable, rather. Alright, that should be everything. I forgot I put all the serial cables by where my printers were. Okay. Let's make some room on the desk for this thing. Let's try and point this camera down. Alright, so how this works... Well, I wish, Ron. It's got to be like right around here, because I did not move it. It's probably just like under something. So how this device works is you plug in everything, serial port, modem port, sound, etc. And this has all the ports on there. And this is a little screen on it. It has these ROM packs here. And there's videos that go well in depth about this machine on YouTube. So I'm not going to really do that here. But I will say it's a very fancy device. I got this ages ago for like $25. Like back in 2003 or 4 or something like that. Nobody wanted this thing. And I thought that was cool. I should get that. And I'm glad I did. Because sometimes it'll come in handy like this. We do not need our raw SCSI at the moment. And I will talk more about this thing as we're using it, where I'm just plugging everything in. So we basically have to plug in every single cable. The sound, the SCSI, ADB, from the logic board to the little board on the Apple TechStep. And all the cables have to really be in there, otherwise it just simply does not want to work. So we use this ADB cable that we have here and plug that in there. And this is battery powered. There we go. So it's not going to give us the best view, but we're going to try here. And let's see if we get, let me make a, let's do picture in picture. Here we go. That's what I want. So let me just get a view set up here where we could view both things at once. Okay. Excellent. So here's my keyboard. It's all the way over there. I didn't set up the microphone. 1 second. Don't want that to happen again. Okay, cool. So, all right. So we got the Apple TechStep here. We're gonna switch this on, and it's gonna. There's a little screen here. It's a little hard to read, but there are different ROMs, and so we're gonna say we want to go to ROM B. And it has the classic 2, so we're going to select that, and make sure everything is connected. Okay, and we're going to say test mode, that's 2, and it says turn CPU on. Ooh, I heard a very faint bong on that one. I heard a very faint startup chime. And it shut itself off. The battery might be low on this. This thing is a little finicky. I want to hear if I hear that startup sound again. Maybe it was just my mind playing tricks on me. This whole back panel where the cables plug in actually disconnects. So yeah, I think I might need a new battery on this. Where did I put my batteries? Yeah, poo. Well, I just put a brand new battery in there. Yeah, that's a brand new one. Let's see if that helps. See if I unplug things. Maybe it's unhappy. Still not happy. So that's what the inside looks like. There's a battery, and you could get a power adapter. I just don't have one that I've used with this before. It just seems to love eating batteries, so we're just gonna find a battery and give it a new one. Because I have no time to mess with this otherwise. Now it's some no-name brand, but we're actually gonna test the voltage of the battery because I wouldn't be surprised if there was like a loose battery thing or something. I think I fixed that in a previous stream. I should take it out, but it's kind of a pain in the butt to do so. This battery has 9 volts, so it's not the battery. I think this thing just gets a surge sometimes, and it's like, no, I don't want to work. And you have to unplug it and plug it back in. And see, now it works fine. There's a screen on it and everything. So, who knows? Who knows why you have to do that? And see, I plugged the interconnect board back in, and now it's dead again. So, that's weird. This thing has a mind of its own, I swear. Oh, come on. When we need you, that's when you're going to be silly. This thing acts so strange sometimes. Well, I have the this thing, which is overkill, but not that there's any dust or anything on it, but still not happy. Yeah, the cartridge does push on the battery, but the battery is snug in that compartment, as it should be. So, and you saw it working fine before until I plugged things in. So I don't know why it does this sometimes. I've had this problem before. It's not the first time. I need a TechStep for the TechStep. This is exactly true. I'm just going to plug it into all the things. Just for the heck of it. But this is why I would refuse to pay big bucks for something like this, because it's just as old as these computers. I'm sure there are caps in there. I think there was a cap in there. I think they were all tantalums. You know, it turns on, it's just red. It's almost like it's not reading the ROMs, because that's, well, I don't know. Maybe there's just a bad join on this connector. It wouldn't surprise me if there was like a bad solder joint or something, either on this piece or on there. All right, what's the pinout for this darn thing. Maybe I'll just plug a power adapter into it, but because no, none of the keys are stuck. Let me grab my keyboard here. I just want to find out what the actual thing is. TechStep power adapter. There you go for stupid money, even just the power adapters of this. But if I can find a suitable one, I can just plug it in. Let's see. Yeah, even finding the AC adapter. Yeah, some guy wants $100 for the AC adapter. So it is it's probably yeah, it's a negative center pin. So it's like the Sony power supplies that they all had. A pain in the butt. So I don't really have a negative center pin power supply. That's a 9 volt 500 milliamp. So that's going to be fun. Took a screenshot of that. I'm going to take the battery out, plug it back in, and we'll just try again. Sorry, folks. Don't know why it's being such a pain in the butt. When one thing doesn't want to work, a lot of things don't want to work. The battery's reading 9 volts. I seriously do not think it is the battery. And this was part of a pack of batteries I just purchased like a month ago. Try another battery just for funsies. Ah, poo. I've already taken this thing apart, but I don't remember if I fixed anything on it. I think I touched up a solder joint, but I'm not sure. Might be time to take it apart again. You pile of... Alright. You're getting taken apart because you are frustrating me. Sorry, guys, for the... side trek? I don't know what we're doing. I don't think it's a heavy duty battery. I think they're just the standard. I mean, look, they're not fancy batteries, but if the multimeter is saying it's 9 volts and the 7 volt Energizer battery that's on its way out still is giving it grief. I think I had the TechStep manual. I forget what the red light means. It probably just means error. Good night, Tom. I will not break it. I will be very, very careful. I've done this before. I just can't remember what the outcome was. My goodness, yeah, it's almost 11:30 here in the eastern half of the United States. Take out our ROM cartridges, which we have Volume 2 and I believe Volume 1. Yeah, there's plenty more out there. I just don't have them, unfortunately. I would love to have them. I simply don't. And so, unlike most Apple products, this actually just comes apart quite easily. Yeah, there are tantalums on this board. Alright, now I'm remembering. So this is just a piece of plastic that comes right off. And yeah, we got a bunch of tantalums here. That's all. And the connector looks okay. I mean, I'll look at that under the microscope. Let's move this classic chassis out of the way so we actually have some room to look at something else. Oh boy, this is... We're getting ourselves in deep here, huh? In fact, I'm just going to put the classic right here. Because we keep having to go back to it anyway. Do those ROM packs support the SE and the SE30? The machines that these support are the Macintosh Classic, the SE, the SE30, the 2, the 2X, and the 2CX. And then the other one supports the LC, the LC2, and the Classic 2. They made some that even supported the Performers and the Quadros. I do not have them, unfortunately. I would love to. I do have dumps of those ROMs, but apparently it's not as simple as burning a ROM chip onto one of those. But well, the TechStep is laughing in our face, Bruce. So that's where we are right now. We are taking apart the TechStep to see if there's a loose solder joint somewhere or something. I've done this before. I don't remember the outcome, but it's not exactly what I was planning to do tonight. So I'm just trying to get this out of the plastic without breaking anything, because it's the only one I have. This is literally labeled black box on the on the logic board here. That's amusing. And why won't this wiggle out? We do have a switch here. Oh, I see. The battery needs to be removed first, because otherwise it's going to hit into it. That's why. And if you could see what I'm looking at, let's actually switch to this guy. So this board actually has socketed connectors on it. So if I carefully pull this away, we have a little board here. Now we have two ribbons here. This goes to the screen, and this goes to the number pad. This screen has a bunch of chips behind it and such. And whatever. And here is the rest of the unit. This board here with the battery still attached. And if I do that, the red LED comes on, which tells us a heck of a lot of nothing, doesn't it? Alright, so let's take a look at this here. Yeah, I mean, those batteries are garbage, I understand that, but, I mean, come on. Can't be anything worse than the Amazon cruds I got. Alright, so here are the ROM packs. Those, that's where the ROM packs plug into. This is a little board that has the, what's called the daughter board. And it has a serial port, a power jack, power switch, with a little bodge wire. That's encouraging. And then this plugs into here. So let's take that off. And it has these little clips. Let's undo these clips. Hey, Zodium, how's it going? And those clips do not want to come off from that side. Let's try from this side. Yeah, there we go. Just trying to remove this little daughter board. Which should be removed. Oh, it's right up against this little socket. So it's going to be a pain in the butt. There we go. Alright, so this daughter board where the voltage comes in is soldered at these 2 points of our TechStep. I think those look okay, but let's turn it around. Those look absolutely beautiful to me. Okay. Let's have a look here, because I've never really seen this up close before. We have some resistors. We have some little chips. It's a fairly, not really a complex board here. I would say this might be able to be replicated if all these chips were understood. And maybe I'll take some high quality photos of these, and our good friend Kai, who knows, he's a master of doing things. Wouldn't that be cool to be able to reproduce these thingies? My goodness, that'd be pretty darn cool. Got some Motorola chips here. Got 2 of them. These are the connectors where the ROM packs plug into. Sure, I will try and do that, Alex. One moment. We have a little chip with a sticker over it in a socket. Another little chip, little crystal, I believe, or something. Now this is where I would suspect maybe something, because that connector has probably a good amount of stress on it. Let's look at these pins to see if any of them look suspect. Can't say any of them do, to my eye. And that's a 77 pin connector there. So, what did you want me to do, Alex? Could you possibly take an amperage draw with the multimeter with 2 wires on the plus and minus connection to test while attempting to power it up? I don't see the harm in that, I suppose. As long as we have everything plugged in correctly. Let me just do a continuity test here. I want to make sure that something's getting the right thing. You know what I mean. You know, it could just be that these connectors for the battery are dirty. So I'm just going to clean them really quickly because they don't look the sharpest. Yeah, I am definitely interested in sharing the parts of this bad boy. You know, trying dumping ROMs or chips or whatever. It would be awesome to have another one of these. My goodness. Wouldn't that be cool? I mean, the board looks fairly simple. What the heck do I know? But it looks fairly simple. Well, those connectors were quite dirty. Let's take a look at the back. It looks okay to me. Alright, so let's plug our battery back in. I want it to work too. Not only do I want it to work, I want it to help us diagnose our friend here. that time the LED doesn't come on. Oh wait, it does. Okay. Let's do this. Let's just plug in everything. Thankfully, everything is on these convenient little ribbon cables. What a concept, Apple. Removable cables from devices, so things can be serviced. Watch, I'm going to plug it in. It's just going to magically work. Yep. It works. I don't know why. It's saying no ROM pack found. Yeah, because none is plugged in. But the stupid thing works. Watch, I'm going to put everything back together and it's not going to work again. Oh, boy. Alright, let's... maybe it was just a loose cable. I mean... it wouldn't surprise me. Would not surprise me. But it turned on. Or maybe it was just, you know, crummy connections to the battery. Which would explain a lot. So let's get everything sort of back in. Yes, I do have a can of contact cleaner. I didn't have to resort to that today, but it's one of your friends in your electronic tinkering workbench tool kit. I just really sometimes don't know words sometimes. They just like don't come to me. I hope I'm not dying. Alright, so let's plug everything firmly back in. I mean, everything looked pretty good except for the battery connector, so let's just hope it was that. And the tricky part is going to get this to plug in with all those connectors firm. Multimeter, you are trying my patience here, buddy. Okay. So just trying to wiggle this back into place where it belongs. And hopefully we could go from there. Sorry about the detour. Oh, shut up, you multimeter. Let's make sure we plug it in from here and it still works. Hopefully. Yes, it does. In fact, there's a lot of empty room in here. I'm going to reroute... Oh, no, there's not. I was going to say, I'm going to reroute the battery. I'm going to outsmart this thing. No, the empty spot is where the darn ROM packs go in, you dork. You kind of need those to be empty. Alright, power's on. Let's plug in a ROM pack. We just need the classic 2 ROM pack here. And that seems to work. I'm going to sort of leave it... I'm not going to screw it all back in. I guess maybe it doesn't really matter. Yeah, it sort of needs to be. I won't put the screws in. I'll just put the plastic case in. Still turns on. Okay, let's try this again. This better work. So let's just plug in all the cables and see if it still turns on. Yeah, see? That's the stupid thing that keeps happening to this. Well, you can't see because the camera's blocked, but now it doesn't want to work again. Maybe there's something wrong with this dealie, with all the cables that go in it. And now it's acting dead again. This makes absolutely no sense to me. I'm going to open this thing. You all saw it in person. It worked like 5 seconds ago. Then it's like, yep, nope. Never mind. You're not going to work today. Alright. How does this open up? Oh, look at that. Just slides open. And there are just 2 boards with little ribbon cables connected to them. How fancy is that? That's all that this is. There's 2 cables on each side, a bunch of ports, a few caps, and some chips. And they all look to be in beautiful shape. I see a little bodge wire. That looks fine. I mean, those are tantalum caps. Let's see if they shorted. Nope. They have not appeared to. Oh, there's one electrolytic cap. Wouldn't that be funny if that was... Oh, there's no way in heck I'm going to get to that. I would have to desolder this cable, and I'm not doing that. I can't even tell what that is. There's a little capacitor here. Maybe it's not a capacitor. I don't know what it is. Was it marked? Q1P, so it's not a capacitor. It's something. I mean, it could be a little voltage thingy or something that's gone wrong here, but whenever I seem to plug this in, it does not like it. Maybe a fuse went or something. Transistor. Okay, thank you very much, Joe. You make me feel smarter every day. Don't worry, I'll forget that before my next stream. Yeah, but like whenever I plug this in, this seems to be making this unhappy. And see, now it's acting dead again. Check for a short. All right. If I can noodle my probes there. There's all the little diodes here also, but well, I could touch the bottom of that. I think. I don't think it's shorted. Yeah, I'm touching the pins and they don't seem to be shorted. Oh boy, what a pain in the butt this is. I mean, come on. You know, you saw it. It booted up. It worked. As soon as I went to do something, it's like, and it goes away. So, yeah. I really don't know what to do at this point. Where'd I put the thing? There it is. That's a lot of pins there. Mind your ears. And now it turns on. Without doing nothing, it turns itself back on. It's almost like it shorts something out for a while, and then it magically gets itself back in. Let's plug this back in here and see what happens now. Yep, same exact thing. Now it's acting dead. Oh, shut it. Yeah, so even without anything plugged in, this thing seems to be making this go cuckoo, which is very frustrating. Now, I know there's another setup you can do. I think Mac bugs, you could use a serial cable or whatever to do basically some of what this could do, but I'm going to try. The only 9-volt batteries I have are this brand. But this was doing the same thing on other batteries. So I would suspect something to do with this thing. If I had the power adapter, I'd test it, but it's negative positive. I'm not spending $99 on a power adapter just because it has an Apple logo on it. Because people are insane. No worries, Joe. You have your eyeballs shoved in a microscope. That's a good place for them to be. And it's still not happy. Alright, well, I think the ship has sailed with that. I think we have to do some manual messing around on the Classic too, because I don't think Apple's going to help us. Which is a shame, because this thing has helped me before. And this behavior has happened before, and when I swap the battery, like, it would eventually start working. But, I don't know what to tell you, unfortunately. That's a shame. Alright, let's take another look at this Classic 2, and if it's still fighting us, we'll keep trying, I guess. Maybe we'll take the sound chip off. I was really hoping we could do a test to see if the serial was functional, because this little doohickey will tell us that right away. Just curious. No, it's not happy. What a pain in the butt. Alright, well. Now, I swear I heard a startup chime from this, but maybe it was my mind playing wishful thinking tricks on me. I thought it was very weak, but who knows? Who knows? So for all 30-something of you still hanging around, I appreciate your patience. Hopefully you're still having a good time. Even though things sometimes just don't want to work. That's the nature of the business. Let's get you to a different camera so you can see this thing better. Alright, and let's try and turn it on again. No, no startup chime that time. I was just looking for something. Leave it unplugged for the TechStep. That'll work. It'll do absolutely nothing. But that I like those ideas. Just for funsies, we're plugging the blue SCSI in. I know it's not going to make a difference, but I don't even know if this has a card that it could boot off of. It looks like it was trying to access something there for a split second. I don't know what the heck is going on with this thing. Did you hear it? The bong? I didn't hear a bong. I heard a clip. Now, see, I hear the CRT energize and I hear the different error there. Oh, I got a not supported message. Oh, all right. Well, then let's do this then. Thank you, because I am not paying as close attention as I thought I would. Let's do this. I have the SD card from the blue SCSI. We're going to put the same image that's on the raw SCSI that I know works. I'm going to put that on here. And where's my USB extension cable? Here we go. Alright, let's try and do that then. Here's our hard drive here. Yeah, that has a PowerPC version of something on here. We don't want that, so we're just going to rename that with garbage files. Garbage file names, rather. And let's drag over the classic one that we have from our folder of our blue SCSI images. Copying it over. Do you hear old Max chime? Chiming of the anger of an anger X. Is it the music? Alright, let's rename this HD 10_512 7.hda. Let's just name it that. And eject it. And take that little SD card out and put it into our blue SCSI. And plug that into here. And try it again. Yeah, no chime. This is a Macintosh Classic 2, aka in a Performa 200 case, but it's the same thing. So we're just trying to get it to boot up. It was failing before. Who knows why exactly? The mouse at least works. Welcome to Macintosh. It's probably going to freeze in the same exact spot. Yeah, the activity light stopped doing anything. Well, Ron, this is a dilly of a pickle. When I press the reset button, the analog board clicks. Kind of interesting. You can't run ADB and SCSI tests on that TechStep on that machine, according to the README I found. Really, Alex? Well, that wouldn't explain why that little hub thing plugged into there isn't happy either. I mean, it could have fried something. That would have sucked. Go back to the other image. Well, the other image said I couldn't run it. It was a PowerPC image. That's why. Extension's off. It's not going to help us much, I don't think. At least it's registering details from the keyboard. Does it tell you anything else, Alex, about that? Oh, ADB and SCSI tests. Okay, but you still need to plug it in with the SCSI cable, I would assume, or the ADB cable. Just slap a G3 upgrade in there. Let's have a look at the darn sound chip under the microscope, shall we? And our TechStep is still unhappy. Bad boy. Bad. Bad TechStep. Let's put the ROMs back in you before I lose them. Back to the microscope we go. That's the wrong view. And we don't need that second camera on here right now. Let's take off the chips that Bruce suggested. Why the heck not? Bruce is a smart guy. I like the cut of his jib. And then if it doesn't work, we can just say, well, Bruce said it worked. We can all just blame him. Sounds like a good idea, Steve. Sounds like a good idea. Okay, go ahead. I think someone saw a Quadra 700 on eBay. I think that's what the discussion was about, if I'm hearing this correctly. If I'm slightly paying attention to this, which I'm not entirely. Bruce is probably miles away at this point. It's like, the heck with that guy. I need to get some actual work done today. Right, Bruce, as he's fumbling around on his desktop, getting to the chat window to respond to my snarky comments about him. Bruce is here. See, I knew it. I knew he was here. I knew it. All right, we're going to have to take this off over here because there's not enough room under the microscope to do so. We're taking off U5. Well, that doesn't look terrible underneath. Looks fine to me. Let's take off all these chips. Why the heck not? We're at it anyway. Sorry, Ron. Your board is going to go through some chip decoupling. I'll put all the chips back on before I send it to you, don't worry. Yeah, I bet they don't ship to the US, unfortunately. If you're not finding it on the E of Bay. All right. Again, I'll have to do this away from the microscope because there's no way I'm going to be able to fit the heat gun under there at the same time. But let's see if we could figure that out. Would that look too terrible? No, that's not horrible. Oh, Ron. Alright, let's take a look at what the heck transpired here. Did this help anything, or was this futile? Well, I mean, that looks not the best there. Let's take all this tape out of the way. We no longer need it.
You no longer need those.
Alright, there's a bunch of crud under here. I don't see how that necessarily would have cause the chip not to work in this case, but yeah, maybe. Let's see. Yeah, this one's not too hot either. And this one's not too hot either. So let's clean this all up and see what we can do. So let me show the chips under the microscope here in order that I took them off, in order where they are on the board. So we have a SM130 chip. We have, what is this here? A 136X Texas Instruments chip. And we have a 34119-135 chip. And they look okay. They don't look the cleanest, but they don't look the worst. Boot it without the chips. I don't know if that's going to help anything. I think those chips are pretty important. They sit right behind the serial controllers. That's some nasty stuff there. Yeah, let's clean this up. It would help if the soldering iron was plugged in and turned on. I do not yet have all the power strips and everything set up that I used to on the old desk. I have to do that. But it will be interesting. Watch, it works perfectly. That'll be the day. Beep. We need flux over there. Flux is magic. Ugh, look at all that crud. Alright, so let's get all of the cruddy old soldered pads and gunk off of here. And this is a bit too long, so we're going to have to cut this. Well, that's a good deal. I like bundles. Bundles are fun. Triples is best. All right, let's clean this up. Oh, you guys are funny. Thank you very much for keeping me company, because this is kind of maddening to do by yourself. Oh, we didn't clean off these ones because we're silly. We're a bunch of silly gooses. I see a little solder ball hiding. Hello, friend. What are you doing there? Okay, so let's probe around. All right, that seems to be okay. All right, so all of those pads seem to be going where they're supposed to. Did we try this one yet? I don't know if we tried this one yet. Let's try this one. Okay, well. Let's take a look at the bottom of the board. I really haven't looked at the bottom here. I don't know if we're going to find anything surprising or not, but never hurts to look. I love how tiny these boards are. They're just so much easier to work on than flailing about with a huge quadra board just banging into everything on your desk. I would say let's check the ROMs, but I assume it's getting past the ROM check because it's actually doing something. What could it be? What could it be? What could it be? Let's make sure all these pins are actually touching. Yes, I did do a Macintosh 2. Who's asking? Not a 2VX, but a Macintosh 2. Yes. I was hoping to get a 2VX from a friend of mine. Not sure if that'll work out. I have a Macintosh 2, and I actually have one of a client's to recap. I have a 2CX and a 2CI in those, but the big Macintosh 2s are kind of neat. I'm not going to pay an arm and a leg for them, but they are interesting products. They're big and bulky. There's just something about them. All the CPU pins look okay. Oh, that's always there. That's on all of the Mac Classic 2 boards I've seen. It is a goofy resistor, but it is factory. I'm just giving a nudge to these pins. None of them seem to be problematic, but you never know. Just taking a closer look at some things here. With the ultimate Easter egg hunt. Do you have a donor board? Try replacing some components. I do for a Classic 1. I'm not sure for a Classic 2. Because a Classic 2 I had a similar problem, so I ripped off all the chips. I know where those chips are. But yeah, maybe in another stream I could try doing that. I did take off those chips. I'm going to try putting them back on, just see if it was a bad connection or something. I'm just searching around the board while we... before we do that, just to see if there's anything I missed. Anything that looks suspect. I'm going to look at some things at an angle, because why the heck not? We can do that. Sorry for the squeak. Let's look at that sound chip, because we didn't take that off. There you go, Joe. Just under 6 hours. Is that how long I've been streaming? Uh-oh. How long have I been streaming? I don't even know. The window's not presenting itself. 3 hours and 17 minutes. All right, so... Oh, wait, we did take the sound chip off, did we? I can't even remember anymore. I cannot even remember. Did we take the sound chip off? Refresh my memory, folks. I don't know if we did or not. Did we? We took off the cereal chips. I don't think we took the sound chip off. Let's take a look at these memory chips. We could use some cleaning, I guess. Yeah, the Apple III has always commanded a interesting price. I mean, they are hard to come by. I will give it that. They are not a real popular machine. You did not take off the sound chip. You just talk. Okay, we're getting conflicting information. I can't remember. Yeah, people do want stupid prices for things. Well, that's what eBay does. Yeah, I mean, I took the 2 serial chips off and everything else. Where's my stream here? Where is my stream? Let's see. Gosh, that was a long time ago. That was a few hours ago. We were removing chips. Let's see. So that is the... We were looking at the sound chip. Let's see if I actually removed it or not. I did a rewind here. Yeah, I think I did. Hold on. Ron might not have been here when we did. Let's just see. I don't know if I did or not. Let's see. No, I don't know if I removed it. To be honest, I can't recall. I cannot recall. That is the darndest thing. I mean, fixing a trace is not the hardest thing. It does really depend on what's around it, where you're trying to anchor it to, so on and so forth. I don't remember if we took the sound chip off. And since we seem to have conflicts in the chat, I don't know. I really don't know. I can't remember. So what happened on your stream for 3? Yeah, let's just do the frickin' sound chip again. I mean, if I took it off already, I took it off already. It's not gonna be the end of the world. But I just want a clean look at everything below. Yeah, I think I did get distracted by it. So let's just whip that off real quick. Being distracted sounds totally like me. That sound chip looks beautiful. There isn't too much crud under there either. Oh no, that was the other board J. But yeah. Anyway, it's off now. Let's do some probing. This new heat gun kicks the crap out of the last one, I'll tell you that. There's a lot of flux still here. I should clean this up before I continue. What are you soldering? What's everyone else working on? Let's hear it. This isn't that all exciting, I hope. Not, but, you know. So Joe is working on putting a video board together. I hope it works soon too, because it's past midnight here, and I'm not going to be able to spend much more time on this, unfortunately. The sound chip looks beautiful, so we're putting that back on. I mean, I don't have a replacement that I can place on it right now anyway, but... And we forgot to put flux around it. So if we see no improvements from reseating the chips, then I would start replacing the chips. I have to find to see if I have a donor board or if any of the chips... Okay, and all the chips just got out of order. Oh, shut up. I had two of these little chips. There we are. Okay, never mind. So 1, 2, 3. They're all accounted for. very tight here because of all the plastic and junk. Quiet. I feel like Greg Rucke yelling at his dogs, but I'm yelling at a multimeter. Only a handful of people will get those references, but that's okay. Alright, let's check our work. Make sure we didn't screw that up. Well, at what point do you stop blaming the dogs and start blaming the owners? Just saying. Just saying. Looks like everything's there. Alright, let's clean that up a little bit. Let's put those chips back on and see if anything in the world has changed. Wait, Joe, things are actually working for you tonight? That's not allowed. That little chip is good. Let's look at these two little guys. Good night, Joe, and good night anybody else who's leaving. No worries. Take care, Joe. We're going to wrap up soon because I have to give the bunnies their medicine, and I can't do this forever, unfortunately. If I didn't have work in the morning, heck yeah. I'd go on until the cows came home. This actually had a lot of solder balls on it. Who knows if that was causing any problems. How about that? It burned into my workbench. but that's okay. It's just a piece of wood on top of my work bench, desk, whatever you want to call it. Good night, technical wizards. Take care. All right. That's one guy. And we have one more chip to take a look at. It looks a little bleh. So we're just cleaning up these pins with some solder and some flux, just to make them look their shiniest, and to try and make sure there's no crud like there is between these legs. We'll clean those out in a moment. So what I'll do is just take my scalpel here, just very carefully go like this, just get all that old gunk, whatever it is, off, because that could have made a bridge somewhere or something. Who knows? Alright, let's try and clean this up a little bit. Flux box. Got your flux box here. Ah, poo. Where'd it go? These things are so tiny. If I didn't have the microscope, I'd just take one look at it and go, yeah, it's fine. Alright, we're going to try and put these all back. Start with the big one. Not a lot of my tools are cooperating with me today, are they? Huh. The robots are rebelling. If the glasses man makes up with Mommy, would the robot stop rebelling? Alright, that looks good. So you think this chip is bad? That's what you think. Alrighty, well, sure, why not? Oh boy. So I forget which chip goes next to that. That's the 8L08A. So not that one, but this little guy, which looks like all the writing is removed from it. Hold on. Oh, all the cleaning must have wiped everything off. Excellent. Thankfully, we have a board right here. That, of course, has different numbers. Excellent. Wait. Hold on a second. Did I screw up here? Hold on. Oh, the same chip. Okay, I'm still missing a chip. Where'd that chip go? Gosh darn it. Did I drop it or something? On my... Yep, it's on my chair. Oh, boy. Yeah, it's the same exact chip, so... Sorry, folks. We have to clean this one now, too. Yay! Fun never stops at Mac84. He cleans some chips and so much more. Oh, too much flux, but whatever. Oh, come on. There we go. Who knows? Maybe swapping the same exact chips around would do something. Who knows? Alright, let's put the flux on here. Bloop and bloop. Let's double check they're the same exact number. Yes. Okay, good. That's why I prefer not to spend too long on the same machine, because I start to get loopy. They are pretty much required for a normal boot process. I would if I would first like to see if they removing them and putting them back on and cleaning them, if that does anything. If it does not, then I would start replacing them one at a time once I get my hands on some replacements. Oh, this one is so fun. It's right next to the plastic. Okay, and now there are two little small chips, and I need to make sure I'm putting the right ones on the right place. 135. Great, so these don't match. Oh, they do. Okay, great. All right, so this one goes to the middle, so let's put that on first. And I hope I put this on correctly. Excuse me. Let's take a look at it. Jeez. They're so tiny. Such tiny little chips. Alright, so this is... Alright, yeah, the bar is on that side. Okay. So. There's a little piece of crud there. We'll get that off. Sorry, I'm a little more quiet. I'm just trying to focus on getting this procedure done so we can all go home. And then the last chip is going right next to there. I do not envy Bruce putting together his classic board with all the chips on it, although I do have one from Kai. It was one of the revisions that turned out not to work, so I am quite happy that I was not the one to discover that, because my goodness, that was a lot of work Bruce put into it, and they figured out the problem. So he's on revision 2. Well, one of the major revision 2s, I should say. I forget the exact, the exact revision number. Make sure these all stay correctly. Come on. Okay. All right. Time to just give this a little brush clean. And then we're going to boot this up probably for the last time. Boop, 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 boop. I'll read the chat in a moment. And I appreciate everyone who's stuck around the entire time. My goodness, I was hoping that this stream wouldn't be too terrible. We'd make some progress on it, but that's just how it is sometimes. That's just how it is. All right, let's try this. Why the heck not? Okay. Oh, my goodness. Clearly they just misbehaved. Steve's going to say it's now available on 8-track, cassette, and CDs for $19.99. Order now. Oh, boy. Can't believe it's not butter. I can't believe it's not flux. Oh, boy. Okay, board. I don't like you, and you don't like me. But, you know, you're Ron's computer, and Ron would like you working. For whatever reason, he wants you to work. So, how about we give the old college a try, huh? Just get some air out of here. Sorry for the noise. Just in case, I didn't want any, and the alcohol dries very fast, but that woke you all up a bit. All right. Let's cross our fingers. We have to turn off our soldering iron because it's using the same cable that I plug into the Classic. All right, folks. Here she goes. 3, 2, 1. Oh, I heard a chime. I heard a very faint chime. Very faint. I don't know if you guys heard that. Mouse still works. We have the blue SCSI connected. It's blinking away in the blue SCSI. Now it's stopped blinking. And we're stuck at the same darn spot. The next thing I would try in a future stream is the floppy. See if we could boot off of there, because maybe the SCSI controller is bad. Or maybe the diode is bad. Who knows? But let's see if we can hear that chime. Make sure I'm not hearing anything. Hearing things. See, I could have sworn I heard it. Let me unplug it for a second. See, I thought I heard it, but maybe I'm just going crazy. And yes, that is very much possible. We know. I'm going to stick a PRAM battery in it just for the heck of it, because it's Wednesday morning, you yuts. And it gets part way through booting, and then it just nope. Nope, nope, nope. Nope, 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 nope. I have an idea. I want to see something. I want to see something. I want to see something. You've said that already. I know, but I want to see something. No, the Classic 2 does not unfortunately have a ROM to boot from. The Classic 1 does, which is excellent, but this one unfortunately does not. Okay, and then this plugged in here. I want to see if I could do something with the floppy on this. So this is my board. This is no, it's not my board. Why am I plugging this back into the board that doesn't work right? This is my board here, which might become Ron's board if he plays his cards right. So this board should work 1000%. If it doesn't, I'll be sad. But I want to try and write a boot floppy from this and then try boot off the floppy. Let's just see how that works. It would help if the keyboard was plugged in. So again, this is not Ron's board. Do not get excited when it works. Don't tease Ron. Don't tease him. Don't tease him. It's been a long day for all of us. You guys are just as deranged as I am. Okay, so what we're gonna do. Oh God. I'm gonna try and drag. How can I make that on a disk image? Because I don't think I could mount floppy disks. Can I? Let me see something here. If I go to documents, let's go to our hold on. Entity too large. It's 1 megabyte, you yuts. Hold, please. My wireless keyboard stopped working? Come on. Login invalid. No, that's the right login. What the? This wireless keyboard is going to lock me out of my own damn website. There we go. Jeez. File manager. I'm just going to upload a disk image here. See if it'll let me do something with it. Raw SCSI. Okay. Copy link. I don't know if it would let me do it, but I'm going to try anyway. Okay. It's not there. Yeah, I don't think it worked. You poop. All right. I'm trying to mount a very... I'm just going to have to make a darn disk, aren't I? Let me open up Sheep Shaver. And we'll do it. We'll do it live. We'll do it live. So let me give you something different to look at for a moment. Okay, so we're in Sheep Shaver. And I need to go to the preferences, which you can't launch unless the application is open, which is pretty annoying. But anyway, we're going to say this is disktools.hda. We're making a new disk image, and we are going to mount it on our emulator here. And then we have to save and quit, which means we have to shut down. And we have to open it up again. Bad solution. Hey, Jeff, how's it going? Okay, so we're just going to name this Disk Tools. And yeah, we can make it bootable, why the heck not? But what I do want is this. And here we go. We got 7.1. For the color classic, yeah, it'll be fun. And just to play it safe, let's get system 701 as well. Oops. Well, I meant to show. And just in case it has the wrong disk copy on here, we want to copy, just do this, just in case. Alright, so we have some disk images to make. Shut this down. And now what we're going to do, so I'll make sense here in a second. Not that, this guy. So now we're going to attach, well, we have to upload it first because my thing is, my raw SCSI is old and confused. So I have to go to my blue SCSI images, the new Disk Tools one I made, that's 52 megabytes. And hello, Jeremy, how's it going? And I'm uploading that to my web server. We're going to download it from the web server to the SCSI, which seems to work better than the web upload, which gives me a weird error because it's old and whatever. So let's go back here. Let's do a copy link. Let's go here. Let's go to download file from web. Download. It's hopefully going to download that 50 megabyte file without complaining. And now we have a brand new image on our SCSI. I'm going to attach it as SCSI ID number 2. And we're going to switch back to our classic. And since SCSI is SCSI, we're going to have to shut down or reboot here. And the reason I'm doing this is now I have disk images that I could write to that floppy disk. And hopefully, just hopefully, we could get something working here. I don't know. I don't know. Is that floppy still in there? No. Where did I put that floppy? Here it is. So we're going to erase this whole thing. So here's the disk tools thing we just made. I think there was an 800K one. Let's just try and... No, that's that. System 7.1. Yeah. I should just be able to drag and drop the files. There's not enough memory. Oh, you... Let's add some more memory. You gonna eject the floppy or not? What are you doing? Well, we'll just shut you off because I could care less at this point. Boring conversation anyway. Come on. Installing memory from odd angles is always fun. Really wish I found my floppy EMU. That would have saved me a lot of trouble. What are there, like 2 people still watching me? I apologize. We're going... Oh my goodness, we're here for a long... 25 people still. Hi. Oh goodness. I appreciate your dedication. So I slapped some more memory in there. That should... At least the eject mechanism works. We're still here. Well, thank you very much, guys. All right. So, I just want to copy these over to this floppy. Oh, wait, that's the image. The floppy's not in there. What? There's nothing in here. Just erase the darn disk. So what I'm trying to do is make a boot disk to see if Ron's board will boot off of a non-SCSI device just for funsies. And that's the last thing we're trying tonight. Yeah, I guess I'll do that, Ron, just for funsies. We'll do it the proper way. But this is a good test to make sure the floppy drive frickin' works. Because for all I know, there you go. You get double your fun here. Hi. Yeah, if I copied the 800K one, it should be fine though. I used to have a stack of Bluegill floppies, and then they all got misplaced because I was using them. Well, we always need a copy of Myob, helping you mind your own business. Whatever the heck this is. Re-verifying format. Oh, that's sounds perfect. Thank you. What have I done with my life? These are the questions that I start to think to myself. Oh, please work, for the love of cheese. Okay. All right. Because it cannot be copied onto its... All right, we're not dealing with this. Make a floppy. Yeah. Disk tools. Open. It won't even let the mouse move freely when it's doing the disk. It worked, darn you! No. And here's an actual backup disk of all the jobs that I do that are on the Quadra 800. Even though that's solid state and everything with the SCSI 2SD, you never know. When I finally have this desk cleared off, the one to my right, I'd have the power computing on there. So that has a floppy drive and everything. That's what I used to use to write disks in a fairly consistent manner, which would have helped me now. But not enough free cycles on the 16 megahertz 68030. Successfully! Oh, thank goodness. I was waiting for it to go beep, 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 get all upset. And look at that, the system folder is blessed. All right, let's shut this down. Let's try and boot it off of the known good logic board. Let's remove our SCSI friend. No Zodium, but I would trust it on that. There were two versions of the 4400 shipped. One had PCI riser cards, and one had what was it, the COM slot in there. So if they're saying it's picky about memory, I'd believe it. I think one of the slots can take a different type of memory. I have one right behind me. It's right there. But I haven't really messed with the memory too much. Alright, it is booting up, which is good. That means our boot floppy works. And it's noisy, so we know when it's working and when it's not working, which would help us on the other board. The refresh rates. Mostly the manual says not to use 4K refresh modules. See, that's a great question. Somebody with much better knowledge of memory would have to answer that. I don't even know what the refresh rate of the memory I have is or how to tell. I really don't. Let's shut down this poor Rascuzzy. 1080p refresh modules. I prefer mine to be 480p. 480i, you know. Just move this so you can actually see me when I'm looking at this darn thing. Floppies are slow. 600p is where it's at. All right, so let's shut this down. The other thing I should try is with the memory, my own memory, in Ron's board. I'll try that in a moment. Let's just try the bare board from Ron. Yeah, if this boots fine, then there might be something wrong with the SCSI controller or something in that circuitry. I'm not sure, but we're about to find out. 3, 2, which direction does this need to be in? Just move the darn camera. That's easier. 3, 2, 1. So this is Ron's board. We're trying to boot off a floppy disk, which could take a while. Oh boy. We're not getting the cursor yet, or the rounded corners. That's not good. Jeez. What the heck, man? Something is very cranky with this machine. Take the PRAM battery out. Maybe that was causing problems. Who knows? Who knows? Well, it doesn't surprise me. Jeez, come on. Let me terminate the SCSI bus. Let me just use the blue SCSI without an SD card to terminate the SCSI bus. I'm curious if that would make it happier. Because we've always had the SCSI thing plugged in. What the heck? It would take a lot for me to do that. I'm a very patient person. Usually. Well, this makes no sense because we didn't touch anything. We didn't do anything to the board. It was doing slightly different stuff before. We didn't do anything to it. Joke of the year. So you don't think I'm being patient, Jay? All the crap I'm doing with this, you don't think that's a sign of patience? Then I don't know what to tell you, buddy. I don't know what to tell you. Just tried wiggling the board. Well, if the analog board was mad or bad, then that wouldn't explain why it works on the other logic board just fine for, 20 minutes? You know for a fact I'm not a patient person. Okay, great. And look at that! Sure, why not? Silly classic. Now look for the floppy disk. It's trying to boot. Still making noises. Ah! It stopped. So whatever it is doing during that process, it is freezing. Whether it's from a floppy drive or a SCSI drive. So at least we know that it's not, well, hopefully not the SCSI chip. But who knows? I certainly don't. Let's put the memory that I have on this board into it just for funsies to see if that makes any difference. Probably doesn't. The CPU got warm, but that was really the only chip that got warm. I'm going to unplug the floppy drive because we're not going to use that. We're going to use our blue SCSI friend just for fun. Probably not going to make a difference. And here we go. I mean, the ROM check is done when the Happy Mac comes up, correct? I could swap the ROM chips. We could do that before we go. And I actually have the ability to make new ROMs. Maybe it's just doing a memory check. Please just be doing memory check. Install a SATA controller. If only saying it would make it so. I know you would, Bruce. I need to find to see if I actually have a spare Classic 2 board. I know I have a spare Classic board, but I don't know if a lot of the chips are the same, to be honest. What about the ROMs, Bruce? Would you But do you think that's worth to swap out the ROMs? Or since it was getting the Happy Mac before, in my mind, I thought, oh yeah, the ROMs are fine. But then it does crap like this. uh, 18 degrees to the left. We could try that. Processor was getting warm. Maybe it's something wrong with the memory. I don't know, because with these memory modules in, it does not seem to be happy at all. I use the same modules that worked in mine. So I took the memory modules out. Let's see if that makes any change. Yeah, we get a cursor now. Well, that's interesting now, isn't it? System 6 does not work on this machine, unfortunately. 701 is the earliest version for this system. Let's try swapping the ROM chips. We have the ability to do so. It's right here. It's not gonna cause us too much grief, hopefully. And it's just very much easier if I just do this off camera real quick, so I apologize, but I will describe what I'm doing. I am not using a chip puller or anything. I actually get nervous when I do that because I think it's going to rip up so quick. I'm going to bend the pins and all that stuff. So I use a very small flat screwdriver, and I put it in either side, and I just very carefully suggest it come up from each side. And I just keep going very gently until they are fully removed. But you could do it your own way if you have a preferred way. I'm not going to stop you. Go right ahead. So first I'm just taking the chips out of Ron's board. Ron the Rom. That's his new YouTube channel name. Rom the Ron. Or Ron the Rom. Alright, we got 3 of the ROM chips out. And the last one out. Okay. All those sockets look okay, but who knows? Let's replace them with my ROM chips, which seemingly are happy. Alright, first of my chips is in Ron's board. The second is in Ron's board. I know this is a thrilling narration here. The third chip is in Ron's board. The fourth chip is being placed in Ron's board now. Alright. So, ow, pins are sharp, but we have... Alright. they are all in there, pretty secure. There we go. So those are my chips. They are brown with little labels on them. Ron's chips were just plain old black chips. And let's try it out. What the heck? Why not? Keyboard in. Yeah, let's just see what happens. Stargate. It's not doing the thing like it was doing before. What a pain in the butt you are. What I did before, I just sort of like flexed the board. I don't know. Could be something just making a loose connection for all I know. See, all I did was flex the board slightly, and now we have the cursor, and it's going to try and boot and probably fail. But all I did was just bend the board slightly, so there's probably a bad connection somewhere, or bad trace, or so, I don't know. So the blue SCSI is blinking away. And it has ceased blinking. So I think that rules out that the ROMs are to blame. But that was worth it. Maybe. Kind of. Could be a lot of things. Who knows? So this is with the extra memory in there. I have a feeling it's not going to continue because it didn't before. So maybe something to do with the memory. So Thomas is saying, I think it's an address error in memory or data bus. Yeah, that makes sense. Probably. I don't know. But hey, we have the cursor with the memory in there. Hey, how about that? I bet it's still not going to do anything though. That'd be funny if it did for once. Doesn't take you that long to count to 10 megs, does it? We still have the activity light on the blue SCSI. Oh, nope, it went away. So, whatever is happening, it's still happening even with that extra memory in there. Which stinks, but what are you going to do? System 6.0L? Really? 6.0L? I don't think that works on here. When I looked up this machine earlier, unless the mighty everymac.com is wrong, it said that system 701 was what was supported on this. Let's see. Let's see. Oh. It's 608L. Okay, well then. Maybe I was reading Mac Tracker. Let's open up Mac Tracker. Maybe that's where I got that information from. Oh, Mac Tracker. Like you're cracking an ice strike. No. Oh, Mac Tracker. Are you wrong again? Let's go to Classic 2 on the old Mac Tracker. And yeah, it says 701 was the original operating system. I'm suspect of Mac Tracker even more and more now. I mean, I don't think System 6 is going to do anything different. It's clearly having an issue with something on the board. I'm not going to go through the procedure of making a floppy at this point. I am tired. It is 1:30 a.m. I have to go to bed and wake up early tomorrow. And, yeah. We're going to put this thing into the off position so it's not having any misery anymore. But, yeah, flexing the board and getting different results concerns me. So, there's something going on here which is not happy. And we will continue to troubleshoot it because that's what Ron sent it here for me to do. And I will be happy to continue with this again. Let me move the camera so we're not looking into space here. There we go. Hi. My goodness. The 274LS2. Yes, I see those. Well, these are LS245s. Yes. They are TIT136BS LS242. I'm sorry, 245. I can't read it late. They look to be in beautiful shape. Would not surprise me if something is wrong. But we also have what I assume, yeah, it says RAM. Those RAM chips on the board here. I could try swapping them from a donor board or something. But at least, we did clean up the questionable areas behind the serial ports and then the serial chips and the sound chip. Yeah, I mean, that would have been my guess. We did remove the egret chip. So, hey, we're making progress. So, flex it, epoxy in place. Yeah. Yeah. No. Just making sure there's nothing, like, broken. Is that a cracked capacitor? By the sound? Or is that just dirty? A high-powered microscope and I'm using my eyes. That's just dirty. It cleaned right up. Same with that one. Well, poo. Yeah. I'm getting out of here too, Jay. But thank you very much for everyone for stopping by. Sorry that the last 4 and something hours were sort of in vain. But you saw some of the troubleshooting that I would go through with one of these machines. It is one of those things where we'll just have to keep poking at it and follow Bruce's suggestion of starting to replace some of the chips on the board with known good chips and seeing if that makes a difference, because especially those 2 chips that Thomas is mentioning, he says the whole memory bus goes through those 2. Wouldn't be a bad idea to check those out. I don't know how they could have failed. There's no real caps near them, but hey, things fail. You never know. And that would, especially since we're getting issues with and without the memory, and it seems to be freezing at some point during the boot process, no matter what we do, I would suspect maybe there's something with the memory. So that's something we could take a look at. I would likely want to remove these 2 chips here, and then the memory chips up here. But we're also not getting sound. I don't know if that could be a memory issue. I don't really understand if it could be or not. Could be a bad sound chip. Wouldn't that be funny if the bad sound chip was causing all of this? I could swap that out with another part, but I guess we'll have to go from there. Oh boy. But yeah, that's about it for now. I do appreciate everybody hanging around and sticking around. Thank you for all the super chats, all the likes, all the subscribes, and all that fun stuff. It has been a fun night. I don't know when I'm going to stream again, but I'll probably tinker around with this thing offline because it's going to take a while, I think. But thank you very much for sticking around, and I appreciate everyone who supports the channel via Patreon. You can do that too. For only $1 a month, you get access to a bunch of behind-the-scenes stuff and extended videos, bonus clips, and stuff like that. Things are falling off my desk. I gotta go. Have a good night. Stay safe. Take care. Bye.